And we are saying hello to our live stream. Saying hello to our live stream.
Check. Check one.
Hello. Good morning. It's a good day in governance on Cardano. Hello, everyone. Folks, if we hello. Hi, everyone. Hello, Cardano. All right.
Jam.
Thank you, Charles. All right. Welcome to Governance Day. Thank you, everybody. Please take your seats. We're going to get started with our first panel of the day here.
They can't hear in the back.
Can't hear in the back.
Turn it up.
Let's see if we can turn it up a little bit. Let's give it a little bit more juice.
Boom, boom.
It is going to blast our ears off.
Oh, yeah.
But this is a sacrifice we make.
That's right. We'll play the rock concert game here and get started.
I've been out of here since 2011 anyway, so.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, see, I don't have any problem. I can't hear out of this ear anyway, so we should be fine.
I'm sorry, guys. It's the AV guys aren't turning it up.
Yep.
Can you hear us now?
Hello. Can you hear us now?
And if you can't hear us, you're just going to have to come closer. Standing room only. We're sorry.
Yeah. All right.
Unfortunately, the speakers are right behind us, not in front of us. So when they tear it up, it's like a rock concert.
Yeah. So.
Rockstars.
So.
We are rockstars.
We are, yeah. Cardano rock stars. That's right. Absolutely.
That's what I tell myself in the morning.
In the mirror every morning. Yes, I am a Cardano rock star. All right, guys. So. My name is Lloyd Duhan. I am going to be moderating this panel today, and we're going to be talking about the budget process from 2025. We're performing a retrospective on the budget process. And I have some great guests with me today. What's very interesting about this set of guests is that this is every era of Cardano's budget process. Charles and I had conversations in civics before there was even such thing as a budget committee. We had Chris Baird, who was part of the original cohort of the Budget Committee. Chris Kowalski was then elected as in the first elected cohort to the committee, and then Megan Hess was elected in the second cohort. The Budget Committee is now fully elected by the community. And Chris was re-elected to that role, so that was a hands up. And so, what I wanted to start with today, from the newest to the farthest in history. So, Megan, what was it like for you to come into the budget process later in the game, after the pivot? What was that experience like for you?
Well, first of all, thanks, Lloyd, for having me. Thanks, everyone, for having me here. It's an honor to be here on this panel and speaking today. It really goes back to why did I even put my candidature in for the budget committee at all? It was to be more involved in the conversation and have better access to the information. I think it's challenging for community members and everyday devs and builders to have the right access to the information just because of the sheer volume and the variety of sources it can come from. So it was really about getting into the room and seeing, how things were really going on from the inside.
Thank you, Megan. So let's move a little further in. And so, Chris Kowalski, you became the chair now of the Budget Committee. So, what's looking forward like now that you've been elected as the chair? How is that looking?
Well, thank you for having us here. And I think at this point where we have a milestone almost behind us, we have gathered a lot of sentiment. And just 2 days ago, when we started the governance days, the sentiment was turning very positive, and people looking forward ahead how to shape the governance, the ecosystem, and really running the decentralized governance. It's a positive outlook. We are seeing a lot of good conversations on X, in person, and I think it's going to shape in next 2 years into really nice, respectable process that other blockchains are going to see, oh my God, what you're doing. You're so advanced.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Now, Chris, let's dig in a little deeper there. What do you feel like is going to be the what's the best way that we can involve the community further in shaping the process into the future?
So a few weeks ago, we kicked off a internal retro of us sitting in the committee and around, and now we have an open survey for Intersect members. It's going to be then open to whole community. The IO governance is also collecting retros feedback. And after that, somewhere in September, we'll have first results. We'll know the sentiment, what went wrong, what went good. We will hear first impressions how to do the 26 budget. Hopefully on the Cardano Summit, we will show the results and show the first framework of the next budget. And then have it ratified by DREPs so we can start in Q1 with 26 budget. Not delay, not wait in August, because all of the builders needs to be happy and not wait August.
Perfect, thanks. That's a great segue to go to Chris Baird here. So Chris, I know one of the bigger issues, you of course helped with Project Catalyst and got Project Catalyst, so you were doing treasury withdrawals from Catalyst from the early days. What do you see are the differences? What's the impact of the change between what it was in Catalyst and what it is to be on the budget committee?
Yeah, I think that's a really, really great question, Lloyd. And I think before we get into that, let's just take a moment as a community to recognize what we've just done. We have just created the first nation-state governance for the blockchain that has now been enacted. We've seen the first budget cycle go through. Everyone's participated in it. It's not been without challenge, but we've now come through the other side with now an opportunity to look back on what went well, what didn't go well, and build a pathway towards improving it for the future. The most important thing that we can do is develop muscle memory around any of these governance processes. If we leave it an entire year to come back and do this, we're going to have forgotten what it was like the first time around. And that might be a good thing in certain sentiments, but really, in other sentiments, we just need to keep going. And we need to all believe that we've got trust in each other to be able to make good on our promises and our commitments to, you know, good spending, good financial fiduciary responsibility, good ecosystem health, like we're investing into the right things. Like, I think when we look at the differences between Catalyst and this treasury process, Catalyst is very much about open innovation. It's like, we do not know what the answers are to the questions that we need to answer, right? Or we need to ask. So let's just have anybody put up their ideas and let's see what comes out of it. With this treasury process, we can be a lot more strategic. We can be like, we know this is what needs to be funded in order to take us from where we are today to where we want to get to. So we need to build strategy around that, build the confidence within the community and the stakeholders that are ultimately going to invest into it and the ideas by getting behind it with votes, and then building the campaign so we get buy-in from this community. I think that's the main difference, right? That we are now trying to operate as more of a whole rather than many, many disparate sort of parties trying to fight for their best idea to get over the post.
Absolutely, and that is a great segue to talk to Charles for a minute. Because Charles, we just did 2 long, important, sometimes challenging, sometimes grueling days discussing a retrospective of all this. And we have something of a solution that we're sort of working toward, that we're suggesting that people digest and consider what the implications of that would be. And we start to talk about how we do set strategy and sometimes how that might look like a return of some sort of executive function. So how does it feel to kind of come full circle from we gave up all of this executive control out of IO and out of the founding entities and burned those keys, and now we're back where we might find that there is some merit to some executive function? How's that?
Well, every government in the world has executive function. Every government in the world has executive function. And your stool has 3 legs to it. Our stool has 3 legs to it. So you have judicial, legislative, and executive. So we had too much executive function. So what do? You get rid of it for a while, and you let the legislative and judicial function kind of build itself up, assert itself, and you see how far they can go before they start stumbling and running into problems. And typically the problems are of coordination, the problems are of execution, the problems are fast, agile adaptation to environmental changes, like when a black swan event happens or death happens or a company fails. These are the types of problems executive function is very nice for. So the vision thing, right? And after you let your judicial legislative go, then at some point they say, okay, well, maybe we need to reintroduce it, but we have to introduce it differently. And there's kind of some rules you have to follow if you don't want to get screwed. So first, whenever you create an executive function, at the same time as you create it, you create the oversight mechanism for it. So you never fund just one, you fund both. So there has to be some group of people that executive function reports to, holds that executive function accountable, honest, and then you also at the same time develop a ripcord that you're able to basically defund or shut down that executive function. This is one of the biggest problems in the US government right now. They create all these agencies, and after they create the agency, there's no way to get rid of the agency. So when the agency fails, what they do is they create another agency to compensate for the failures of the prior agency. So that's why we have like 16 intelligence agencies, and that's why we have the Department of Homeland Security and the intelligence czar at the DNI and these types of things. They say, you know what we need to do? Let's create another agency. That'll solve the problem. Maybe we shut that goddamn agency down. I don't know. So you have to have the ability to shut them down, and you have to have the ability to force them to merge and consolidate. And typically you create the executive function. They say, oh, well, I need to fix it. And so then you create the oversight and say, oh, well, and I need to make something better. Well, I can't reform the agency, so I'll create another one. So we can't make that mistake in Cardano land, you know, and we shouldn't blindly, for the sake of short-term competitiveness, walk into that trap. So my thought process is that you just give time for people to have the discussion, and you start with some very focused activities that really do need some form of surgical oversight. So a great example would be like the Cardano Sovereign Wealth Fund as a try before you buy. So let's go through those design principles. So you don't just create it, you create an oversight committee, so a governance board for it at the same time. And what's your ripcord? Well, with a sovereign wealth fund, they can just sell all their assets, go back into ADA, and donate it back to the Cardano treasury. So there's a mechanism, if you design it the right way, where legally the ADA holders can liquidate it at any time and basically recover sans whatever is locked, and then you'll just have to wait out that period to liquidate. Well, that's a really nice try before you buy, because now you're talking about a highly specialized group of people that do one thing that, if we pull it off, creates ubiquitous value for the ecosystem. Namely, you take a passive asset that's mono assets, just ADA, doesn't produce the yield, and you turn it to a managed active asset that produces yield, which could generate tens to hundreds of millions of dollars of value for the Cardano ecosystem as a whole. So that, in principle, is a pretty good idea. And by having that, you can then use it to do things like equity investments and ventures in the Cardano ecosystem, and actually have the stock of these ventures be owned by Cardano ecosystem as a whole, as a real world asset. There's all types of creative things you can do, but you can crawl, walk, run with that. And then once you have that, you say, okay, well, that's executive function at the end of the day. You know, you have a committee of people that run that thing, and they do it on behalf of the ecosystem, and they have some autonomy with it. Well, then now you can move on to marketing, branding, growth. And then you can move on to budget reconciliation, move on to vision thing. And the community can get gradually comfortable. Maybe it takes a year or 2 years or 3 years for us to actually get there. It's okay. All we're trading off is short-term execution ability. So we'll preserve and conserve what we have, but we are not trading that for some short-term gain. We're doing it in a very deliberate and considerate way. So overall, I'm very happy with the progress that's been made. I'm very happy with how we've managed to close out this year, and the fact that we're already able to have the discussion of what we want to change, to update the Constitution. We have a community-elected constitutional committee. Interim roles are phasing out at Intersect and other places, being replaced with members' roles. It's an indication of extremely healthy structure.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. That's good. Let's bring this to a close with those kind of thoughts. So we've got 3 members that are active, that are elected to the budget committee, and we are looking forward now. So each of you in your own turn, where do you see your place in helping to continue this process of helping to find the appropriate amount of work toward funding these things in Cardano, where we should stop, where are our bounds, and where should we continue to make those efforts?
Well, I don't know if I have a full answer to this, but I'll talk about what's been on my mind about all of this is really digesting all of the information. Like when we talk about an executive function, I think myself, for example, and probably a lot of us have an initial repulsion to that of not wanting concentration of power to form, or even a perceived concentration of power. So I think it comes back to our communication and how we can have these conversations, because as we all just listened to Charles talking about it, there is a lot of nuance to it, which doesn't necessarily come out in the headline of, let's introduce an executive function into our governance. So I think, more community tooling and conversation spaces where some of these nuances are able to come out and some more clarity into the real boundaries of such a role, I think would be a great initial important piece.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. It's important to note no one has all these answers, so it's great that we have partial answers and that we're trying those things. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about consolidating and consolidation from the conversations that we've been having, all of the discussions, all the disparate communications, trying to find a steady stream and a pathway to being able to realise like these these aims of like making communications easy for people to get hold of and understand. I mean, I think really importantly, we need to have trust in each other as a community that we can do this. This isn't like you got crazies that are running around that are just going to go and spend hundreds of millions of dollars worth of cryptocurrency on crazy ideas that have no absolute impact. I think we're a bit more mature than that as an ecosystem and as a body of people that care about making growth and making great change happen in this. So if we go into it with the understanding that there are well-intentioned people that are pretty good at what they do, and that are open to being informed and consultative with the community, and that anybody else in the community has just as equal level playing field as fulfilling some of those roles, then we're putting ourselves into a pretty good position for the future, I think.
I definitely agree there, Chris. And Chris K., what about you? You're obviously in the leadership role of the Budget Committee. So where are our limitations? Where do we set some guardrails for ourselves as a committee?
That's a good question, and I really need to think about. First of all, the Cardano Budget Committee, as it's called. Who are we budgeting? The Cardano community or Intersect? We are budgeting Intersect, but what we are doing has impact on the whole Cardano ecosystem. We are setting up example for any other budget. We had 5 budgets this year. There is room for more budgets, and they don't have to invent the wheel. They can see what we have done. Being cognizant of the human expenditure, we spent over 8 years. 8 years was spent into this budget process by every participant. We had cost of $7.8 million in work across everybody, DREPs, civics, SPOs, vendors, Intersect, everybody who participated. And that's a big effort. I think it's a positive effort because next year it's going to be lower amount. We are learning from our mistakes. And I think as a budget committee, we need to be listening, but also motivating actors to become active. Yesterday we heard that DREPs are not meeting, SPOs are meeting. Let's have an assembly. Let's have a meeting point where decision makers, the legislative branch is going to come and listen, but also say what they want. Then we can then mold it and present, okay, this is how this looks, what you want. Is this okay? Let's change it, let's improve it. Let's have next iteration better, second one even better.
Absolutely.
And just to point out the numbers there, we didn't spend at Intersect $7.8 million.
No.
Just to make sure people understand. It's
That was
very, very easy, and
volunteer.
the fucking Twitter is going to make
Yeah.
that horrible.
Right.
Okay. There's $7.8 million in uncompensated, mostly uncompensated labor cost as it relates to the budget.
Right.
And how you get there is you look at the total hours expended and you put a $100 per hour price tag on that, because you're professionals. You could be writing code, you could be doing lawyer stuff, you could be doing accounting stuff. That's how much time was exhausted going through this process. And there's an actual calculation that was done. Talking about the DREPs voting on the 39 proposals, putting the budget proposals together, all these other things. So that's an estimate to the human capital cost of what we've done. The reason this is relevant is because we don't factor that in. And we think that everybody's just willing to work for free forever. So when you create a social process where the execution of that process requires $8 million of unpaid labor, if you allow that to persist, the next social process will be $15 million in unpaid labor, then $30 million in unpaid labor. There's a process problem. That was one of the reasons why we pushed very aggressively to bring people together to talk about the budget, because it doesn't make sense to require people to spend uncompensated $8 million of human labor across the world to get a budget closed. And that's one of the things executive function does. And Lloyd is one of those people, by the way, who's probably part of that 7.8 million. I think we probably owe you 300,000 in labor costs.
Yeah, that's quite it's been a couple of years of continuous effort on this one process. So, and it's exciting, and it's an honor to have been through to this point, to see this, actually happen, to actually see that we have funded community projects, including IO, including Tweeg, including Intersect, including Catalyst. We have funded these incredible things that are delivered to the community and are a betterment to Cardano. And that's what this effort has done. With all the warts, with all the problems, with all the pain, that is ultimately what we've accomplished, is we have allocated resources by the community to community participants to further improve our community. So just thank you all for joining me today. Chris Baird, Megan Hest, Chris Kowalski, Charles Hoskinson. Thank you all for your efforts in this. Thank you for your time today, helping us to kind of rehash some of what we went through. And if you guys have questions and you'd like to take the survey, if you are an Intersect member, the survey is published far and wide. We'll make sure there are links out today as well so you can see them. But that survey is extremely helpful as our next step as a budget committee to ensure that we can adapt and move with the needs of the Cardano community. Any final words from the panel?
Well, I would like.
Yeah.
Test.
You're good.
I would like to thank everybody for coming here, and I would like to thank the community that is here for the last 3 days, and that shows that we are doing the right thing, that we have a right movement, of the ball is rolling in right direction, and we just need to be persistent, what Chris said, and we are all doing the right thing, and we are not playing, we're not buying a Lambo, we're building an ecosystem.
There was a Lambo driving around, but that's another ecosystem, right? But I think the important thing is showing up is what matters, right? Like, we have to show up. We are not going to. No one's going to come and dish this house for us. No one's going to change our ecosystem for us. It's down to us, and that's what we're doing.
And I'll just add to that. Everyone in this room here and listening, I guess, has this invested interest in it. So I think our real target is the people who aren't here, and everyone going back to wherever you're coming from and spreading these conversations and getting people to be involved, and helping with that onboarding process that allows them to be part of the conversation.
I guess the final thought is change the dialogue. We've had a long go at it this year where there's just been a lot of toxicity and negativity, especially on X. And we need to be good advocates and go. And when you see people criticizing the process who refuse to be in the room, don't want to participate, but then tear things down, we shouldn't reward those people. There's good faith here. There's strategic differences, philosophical differences, personal differences. Some people like each other, some people don't, but people have showed up regardless of those differences to participate in good faith to make the system as a whole better. This is not some elaborate governance theater to legitimize and validate one entity and give them money. And it's fundamentally unfair when people frame these efforts this way. This is a systematic program to decentralize Cardano and put it on the strongest possible foundation to grow the strongest and most decentralized governing system for everyone everywhere in the world. And so we need to own the narrative and dialogue and say that these iterative events are productive, effective, and they are necessary to get things done. And when you see people spilling a counter narrative to that, fight them. Go to the streets and don't legitimize it. Because they disrupt things. They prevent people from participating. There's more than 1 or 2 DREPs who chose not to come to these things because they were worried about the perception on Twitter. And that's unfortunate because everybody who's delegated to them and their voice is not heard now because of that effort. Did that help the ecosystem? Does that improve the process? Does it make it better? Of course not. It's absurd. And is there any big grand agenda here? We're just basically saying, write the problems down and let's talk about solutions and then let's go vote on it on chain in the most transparent, open way possible. To me, that feels like a pretty good process. So when people say the opposite, you have to slap that down. That's the only way we're going to move forward as an ecosystem. And my hope is the next time we do it, there's 5 times as many people in the room. And the next time we do it, there's 5 times more as many people. We only get there if you exit this process with a positive impression and broadcast that positive impression in as many channels as possible, to parrot what you were saying.
Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you, everyone, for your participation on the panel today. Appreciate your time. And thank you, everyone in the audience who gave us your attention today and for being here. We appreciate you. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Check. All right, everybody, we're going to be taking a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back with the next segment. We'll see you all soon.
The speaker was
Everybody. Hey, everybody. We'd like to ask you to take your seats now. We're about to start this next panel, Cardano Constitution 2.0. If everyone could trickle in, take your seats. We're about to start here. Thank you much. So, everybody can take their seats. We'll get this started. All right, everybody. My name is Kala, also with Awin, on behalf of Rare Network. We're about to start this next panel. We're very excited to have Adam Rush, Dr. Adam Rush from the Intersect, as well as Joel Telpner from IO and Nico Cherny from the Cardano Foundation. And with that, Adam, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you so much. So, as Kula said, I'm Adam Rush. I'm a teaching assistant professor at the University of Illinois, also a member of the Intersect Board of Directors. Joining me is Joel Telpner, Chief Legal Officer of IOHK, and Nico Cherny, the governance lead at Cardano Foundation, both members of the Interim Constitutional Committee for their respective organizations. So it's great to have you here today to take a look back. All three of us served on the Civics Committee and Constitution Drafting Working Group leading up to our conventions to put this Constitution on chain. So just a little chance to talk about the Constitution, where it came from, how we've been interacting with it as a community, and where we're going in the future, hopefully. So yeah, so with that, I guess I'll just sort of start off with just a few questions for discussion, but if anybody wants any follow-up, feel free to shoot up a hand and we can take, crowd participation as well. Always love to hear from everyone who wants to be involved. So I guess the first question I'll offer to you, Joel, and then Nico, you can also weigh in, is what were the core principles and motivations behind drafting the Cardano Constitution, and how did it aim to address the challenges of decentralized governance in a blockchain like Cardano?
Well, thank you, first of all, for having me here. I appreciate it very much. When we went from the origins of the Cardano ecosystem, where there were three entities that originally pushed it forward for a number of years. Basically, those three entities were primarily responsible for keeping the blockchain going, for deciding what improvements were needed for the blockchain, and for doing everything you need to do as if they were a corporation and the blockchain was their sole product. But we realized that that wasn't sustainable, and we wanted to move this over to the community and ultimately say, all of you that want to be involved in this blockchain ecosystem, that hold data, want to build on Cardano, want to support Cardano, you're really the ones that should be empowered to make the decisions. It's your protocol, it's your baby, and you should decide what its future looks like. Now, in going from a somewhat centralized governance approach to a decentralized one of the things that we all talked about was, well, how do you just open this up to everybody? How do you do this in a way that doesn't turn this into chaos? And so we thought about, all right, can we create some guardrails, some constitutional principles, some guidelines for the community so that when they come together, they have a framework and a basis for coming together so that we didn't go from three entities to total chaos. And so the Constitution, at the end of the day, was a coalescence by the community of some core principles, some core tenets, some core guardrails that they said, hey, let's start here. These are the parameters that we all want to use as we govern going forward. And by the way, we knew that what those guardrail parameters, tenets were, could change over time as Cardano continued to mature and as the market changed, as technology changed. But we needed some type of foundational structure to go forward with the community-led governance process.
Yeah, and just to add on that, I mean, Joel is spot on, right? For me, and I think what was really important to everyone that was part of the drafting committee of the Constitution, the interim, and also now the Constitution that we have on chain, is that it really had to capture this spirit of what Cardano is, right? And that is a challenge because Cardano is not the same for everyone, right? Some people from all around the world see and use Cardano in different ways. But the most important thing then for the process was that we tried to capture as much of these different inputs and these different perspectives as possible, right? And try to distill that into this one document that we now have, the Cardano Constitution. And this is, I think this made the biggest difference in the world, that we had all these workshops, that we had all these discussions online. It wasn't easy, right? Because I know many of you here in the audience and also watching online, you've joined those and you made that possible, right? And there were people, of course, that then all reviewed that and tried to capture this into the text. And then the convention in Argentina, where many things still changed, right? But I think what we have right now is really all of the Cardano community's input in one document, and it's fantastic.
63 global workshops.
Yeah. And one thing I do want to note, while you both made some wonderful points and talked about bringing the community together to pull forward a community governance model, there still was community governance in the SPOs even before the Constitution. I will remind you of when the founding entities had a hard fork they wanted to put forward one time. There was possibly a bug that may have had possibly catastrophic implications if anything went wrong, and there was a bit of a SPO revolt for a couple of weeks where they refused to push the updates. How do you feel that having a constitution where these things are laid out, the process are laid out, would relieve any sort of tensions between the developers in things like the founding entities and the other stakeholders that have to run the software?
Yeah, I mean, right, and Adam, you're completely right that the SPOs in general, they have still, in a way, this kind of veto, right, when it comes to installing what kind, or deciding what kind of software they want to run. If they decide if they want to upgrade to a new node version, right? And that existed since we had, since Shelley, right? Since we have SPOs that and stake pools that run and produce blocks. So for me, what the Constitution then did basically is try to put all of this kind of informal rules that we currently have into this kind of document, and to create this framework around, I sometimes like to call the Constitution this rule book, and I know it's not completely the right way to approach it, but yeah.
So SPOs still have that role. The difference is that they don't have that power solely. There are certain things like protocol and parameter changes where the SPOs need to be aligned and they need to vote to approve it. But through our DREP process now, we have other voices at the table so that the community as a whole now has a means through DREPs to express their views on a certain type of protocol change, so that the SPOs are forced to listen to the community in a way they didn't have to in the past. Also, because the Constitution has guardrails within it, there are certain parameters that we came to consensus and agreed upon that should not change without a super high majority amending the Constitution itself. And so we talked about and agreed to which parameter changes are open to the community to change relatively easily, and those which really are the fundamental guardrails of the Cardano blockchain that can be changed, but where the process of changing that is a much more rigorous one.
And just to quickly add on that, I mean, I think the beautiful thing about the Constitution and also Cardano's governance model is that we can change everything,
yes,
right? We can always update things based on new challenges that arise or on new circumstances that appear, right? This is the beauty of Cardano's governance model. While it is difficult to change some things, like the Constitution, right? It requires 75% approval from the DREPs. Then the Constitutional Committee needs to approve it as well. The constitutionality of it, of course. It is possible to change it. And yeah, this is for me one of the most important things for Cardano in general, because we cannot stand still, right? We need to evolve. We need to change as well.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Nico. And you used the analogy of a rule book, and I've been fond of using the analogy of the Cardano Constitution, and I think constitutions in general, as a pact. It's a pact that is made between the members of this community of the past, of the present, and of the future. Because the members of the past said, we're going to make these things, we're going to set them down in a document that's going to be very difficult to change. And it's very difficult to change according to our protocol. And those of us in the present uphold that by running the protocol, and so that those who come after us in the future know what they're getting into. And we can always change it. It's just that we have selectively decided to have higher thresholds of agreement. We have to build greater consensus before we change what those who have come before us have, in their wisdom put forward. And if the times have changed, then we should be able to, figure out what do we need now? What are we going to do? So I think that it's a good system, and it's, no system obviously is perfect, but it's as good as we've come up with so far by seeing what others have done. So moving on. Joel, you mentioned how when we added with the Constitution and with the new protocol, we added DREPs. I think one of the innovative parts of Cardano's governance system is that when CIP 1694 launched, the DREPs are explicitly separate from SPOs. Now, that doesn't mean that an SPO can't be a DREP. That was always an option. An SPO can become a DREP and say to their delegators, if you want to be a DREP, if you want me to be your DREP, if you still want me to represent you, you can choose me. But the protocol never took all of the SPO's delegation and made them their DREP by default. They had to go and earn that trust again. How do you think that decision of decentralizing the power and allowing new people to come in help to help to speak to Cardano's core principles of decentralization?
Well, it allows participation on steroids. If you look at other blockchain protocols, we're not the only one that provides some form of voting rights to their participants. But I would say that there's no blockchain that has gone to the full level of voting participation that we have. But one of the things, if you look across all blockchains that do allow some form of voting, is there's not a lot of participation. A lot of the things that people are asked to vote on are fairly technical, they're complicated. And so we thought about, well, we want everybody to have a voice, but we also want to have people be able to rely on people that have deep technology, that have the expertise, that have the ability to really look deeply into a proposal and say, you know what, this is good or this is not good for whatever reason. And so by creating this concept of DREPs, your elected representatives, this allows people that have little or even no technology experience to still participate in the voting process by finding that DREP that they're comfortable with, whose views and policies they agree with, and saying, please vote on my behalf. And by the way, if I don't like you, I can always take back my delegation and appoint somebody else. But the beauty of our DREP process was, again, I think it magnified the amount of participation in the community because it gave people a way to either be very active or be passive, but even being passive to still vote.
Yeah, Joel, as always, is spot on. But one of the things when it comes to DREPs, right, and what really amazed me after Chang and after also the Plum and hard fork is just the sheer number of community participants that decided to register as DREPs.
Over 500, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. It's really astonishing, right? And it's such a diverse group of DREPs, right? Doesn't matter if you're from Japan, from Europe, the US even, right? We even see councils coming together. And one thing I think that is sometimes not misunderstood, but maybe not seen as that important is, yeah, the DREPs vote on the governance actions, right? They have definitely, that is their responsibility. They vote on all the different governance action types. But if you really think about the true power, where the true power lies in our system is with the ADA holders, because they delegate their voting power to their representative. And if, for whatever reason, right, they disagree, or there's another DREP that is better suited to whatever they feel like is important, they can at all times redelegate. Right? It's a permissionless system where you, as the ADA holder, always have the final decision about how you want to use your stake. And I mean, you can even choose not to use it at all. Right? This is also one of the things that is enshrined in the Constitution, this freedom for the ADA holders to decide how they want to participate.
That's great. And you also mentioned how the ADA holders get to vote on proposals, and that it leads right into my next topic, which I was going to bring up, the Constitutional Committee, and the separation we have between the Constitutional Committee, the SPOs, and the DREPs. For anyone who's new to this, the SPOs, the first governing body that we had of Cardano, they are the technical experts who keep the Cardano nodes running. So SPOs produce blocks, and they are also called upon to vote on governance actions that have technical ramifications, basically. So that's pretty much when SPOs vote, if it's either a technical ramification or if it's something that has to do with like selecting the Constitutional Committee. And then the DREPs do the bulk of the voting as representatives of the ADA holders. So it's like, do you want to spend money from the treasury? Do you want to set a parameter for something? Then the DREPs weigh in, and they are supposed to be basically either using their expertise because they were chosen for their expertise by the ADA holders, or consulting with their delegators and saying, hey, I want to find out who are the best people in the community to advise me on this. How can we come to this best decision? But then the Constitutional Committee, they don't have a choice on how they vote in terms of what they want to see happen. They have to vote on different principles. And that principle is it in the Constitution? So as members of the Constitutional Committee, the Interim Constitutional Committee, what has been your experience in that, in terms of coming across different governance actions where maybe you thought it wasn't a good idea, but you had to make a decision like, is this constitutional or not? And where do you feel like, how do you feel like that's affected you as voting members of Cardano's governance bodies?
Well, first I just want to say that if you compare what other blockchains have tried to do, again, there are various experiments in giving token holders the right to vote, but there is no blockchain protocol that went so far as creating a robust constitution and then creating the equivalent of a Supreme Court to make sure that what collectively we do doesn't violate that constitution. So you're right, the Constitutional Committee's role is to make sure that an on-chain governance action before it goes forward is not inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. Whether they politically like it, whether they think it's a good or bad idea, is not relevant. Their job is to say, is this constitutional? If so, it must go forward. The only reason we can say it can't go forward is if it explicitly doesn't satisfy the constitutional requirements. Now, from my perspective, I guess, because I'm a lawyer, that notion doesn't bother me, that I may have had to approve things that I thought were dumb ideas. What was more interesting to me were provisions in the Constitution that we came out of the convention thinking, oh, we know exactly what this means. And then when we got to actual debating provisions in the process of approving governance actions, seeing the debates that arose around provisions that we thought were clear that actually maybe aren't so clear after all was the most interesting process. And when we talk about, and I know we're going to talk about the pathway forward and what we do next, we got a lot of data out of the deliberations of the Interim Constitutional Committee and how they interpreted the Constitution and where they had challenges in interpreting the Constitution.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the things that you will only really discover about the document that you use to assess things with, and right, that is the Constitution. The Constitutional Committee uses that document to assess if a governance action aligns with the principles, the guardrails defined in it. And some of these things you can only really discover when you actually have governance actions that you need to assess, right? It's super easy and nice to think about all the different possibilities while drafting it during the workshops. I mean, so many hours were spent on just thinking about every little possibility, what kind of governance action could be presented. But then reality hits and it's very different. But that's fine, right? There are challenges and there are sometimes provisions that might not be completely clear. But the good thing is, with the Constitutional Committee, the Interim Constitutional Committee, all of these members provided rationales with their votes. Right, and what we can do as a community, or even as anybody can do it, they can look at the rationales and analyze where are these tensions. And I think we have a pretty good understanding now, after almost 1 year of assessing governance actions from a constitutional perspective, of where there are some things that that cause confusion or that are maybe leave too much room for interpretation. But then again, right, you also don't want to be completely specific and leave no room for interpretation.
I mean, even the U.S. Constitution has a lot of amendments.
Yeah. So looking ahead then, I guess just sort of starting with the idea of clarification, from the governance actions that you've seen come through, what are some areas of the Constitution that you feel like you would like to have some clarification on? Hearing from the ADA holders and their DREPs of possible amendments of maybe clarify some of the intent of the community so that if you're making a constitutional decision, you have a better idea of what they're looking for.
Yeah, so personally, what I think would maybe add a little bit of more clarity or would make it easier, because actually I can talk about one example. So currently, when someone proposes a governance action on chain, right, you provide usually, or you must provide metadata that explains the rationale behind your governance action. So if you want to do a treasury withdrawal, do a parameter change, you need to add information about why this change is important, present data, and all of these things. And there was quite a few governance, or there were, I think, 2 governance actions, let's not say a few, that didn't use immutable metadata. So what does that mean, right? It means that if in one point in the future someone breaks the link between the content and the link that was provided, that information is lost. And that is a very challenging thing, because in the Constitutional Committee we need to assess a governance action based on the current information that is live. And if there is not, and in the future it would be important that whoever in the community or even outside wants to actually review a governance action, they should be able to access that information, right? And if we lose that, it's quite challenging. So one of the things that I would personally think about implementing maybe in a future constitution is to make that immutable metadata requirement, just for the long-term health of the Cardano governance system.
I think for anybody that attended the governance retrospective that we had this week, one of the biggest areas of tension comes through when we talk about the budget and treasury withdrawal process. And it's coming out in a couple of ways. We have in the Constitution different types of what we call governance actions. And so governance action that requires a change to the protocol goes through a relatively rigorous process. But we also have what are called info actions, which are basically a way for people to use the constitutional process as a town hall to put information up on the blockchain saying, hey, we would like to do this. What do you think about this? We'd like to express our views on things. And when we look at the budget and treasury process, it is a mixture of info actions and governance actions. And that mixture has created a lot of confusion and unnecessary complexity that I think needs to be addressed as we go back and look in greater detail at the Constitution. But I just want to mention one thing also, because we're talking about the Constitution, but a lot of provisions in the Constitution actually expect and assume that the community is going to come together and on an off-chain basis agree on certain approaches, certain policies, certain processes, certain procedures that implement the intent of the Constitution. So I think some of the things we're seeing that are creating tensions at the constitutional level are not necessarily things that need to cause us to have to amend the Constitution. It's telling us also that some of the off-chain governance processes need to be matured and need to be stood up in a way that supports the provisions and requirements of the Constitution itself.
Yeah, I think that's essential. I think that, we look at how we have our Cardano improvement proposals that recommend, I would say technical. Not all Cardano improvement proposals are technical, though, because some define how you spell and capitalize ADA. But, others, but for the most part, they're technical guidelines. But we've we kicked around with Mr. Adam Dean. I have talked with him a lot about kicking around the idea of some sort of government improvement proposal, and maybe that would be a way that we could help to have some definitions that are like the bylaws of our constitutional system that would help to get us there when people are looking to form some order in the space as it rises to the constitutional level.
Yeah, and just to add on what Joel said about adding some sort of off-chain processes, or that there are missing off-chain processes, institutions that take care of certain procedures. I think this is completely right, because the Cardano Constitution as it stands today and as it's written it leaves a lot of room for people to, how do I say that correctly, to really take care of some of these processes. Think about incentives, think about creating code of conducts, right? This doesn't need to be spelled out in detail in the Constitution. And it's very easy to, I mean, we've not been in Cardano governance now for a year, right? In September 1st will be the 1-year anniversary of the Chang hard fork. And it's very easy, I think, after just not even a year to immediately think about adding more complexity, adding more bureaucracy into the Constitution. But I think what we have right now really leaves so much room for these processes, for these even institutions to form outside of the, I mean, yeah, of course, outside of the Constitution, and to give the Constitution more life in a way.
And that was intentional. It was intentional to make sure that the community was always had all kinds of ways to participate and to interface with our ecosystem and our community. And the Constitution was intended, again, to provide ultimate guardrails and guidelines. It was not intended to preclude people from participating in governance in all of the creative ways that we can come up with together.
Thank you so much. And so we only have a few minutes left, so I just want to close with some final words from each of you. If there are people out there who want to get involved with Cardano governance, what would you recommend as a first step to get up to speed, and then how to get involved as contributing members of the community?
That's a tough question. I mean, one of the things that I think everyone that really wants to understand Cardano governance should do is, of course, read the Constitution, and then also read CIP 1694, because while it is a technical specification, as Adam mentioned, right, it's a Cardano improvement proposal, it is also written in a way, I think, that is very easily understandable. And then where I definitely would go as well, depending on if you want to become a DREP, or if you want to maybe join in the future constitutional committee, is go to the Intersect website, their knowledge base. It's very extensive. We also have a dedicated governance page on cardano.org/governance that also links to all of these great resources. IOG has great blog posts about governance. Yeah, there's a lot of information, but one of the things I think that is that you should not underestimate also is the great community content that was created around governance. So there is, I think many grants were last year were paid out for people to produce governance content, and I think you can find all of that in the Intersect knowledge base.
Yeah, the only thing I can add to that is that, look, because we're decentralized, there's no single door to knock on, which makes it hard. But you outlined a lot of I think, the best starting points. I mean, Intersect is a members-based organization. It's made up of members of the Cardano community. And as Adam mentioned, there's a civics committee whose role is to help suggest and nurture governance and improvements to governance. It's a great place to start. So many of the resources about the Constitution you can find through the Intersect website, and also Cardano.org, which has a lot of amazing resources. And of course, the folks from all the founding entities are still actively involved. We're not playing the role we played in the past. We don't hold keys anymore. We can't effect any changes on the protocol. We can only raise our hand and suggest. But the three founding entities have been on this journey for a long time, and so reach out to people you know at the Cardano Foundation, at Emergo, at IOG, and you'll find people that would be delighted to talk to you about the Constitution and governance of Cardano and give you avenues to participate in.
Thanks. And I'll plug the resources I know about. First, I'll say if you need a pocket constitution, go on the get out your smartphone from your pocket, go on the Intersect knowledge base, and you can find the Cardano Constitution right there. Second, if you're looking to learn more about becoming an SPO, I believe the IOG Discord has an SPO technical channel where you can go and learn some more and interact with people there. If you want to learn about being a DREP, I'd say find a DREP who's active in the space, delegate to them, and start giving them suggestions and asking them about how you can get active with delegation decisions, because I think that DREPs are always looking to have engagement, and so if you're engaging with them, it's going to build both of you up, and everybody wins. It's a decentralized ecosystem, many doors to knock on.
One thing I'll just add to that is that as we're doing this governance retrospective, we're going to continue to encourage the community to form various working groups and to get involved in some of the off-chain governance activities. And so there's a huge opportunity to participate at that level if you're interested.
Yeah, and the final thing then also, Constitutional Committee, there will be on Saturday a workshop for the Cardano Constitutional Committee credentials. So it'll be led by Mike Hornan. So if you go on the Rare Evo website, click on the agenda, click on the workshops portion, you can find more information about it there. So we'd love to see you there as well to learn about the Constitutional Committee credentials and how to act as a Constitutional Committee member. And with that, I'll turn it over back to the team for the next program. But thank you all so much for being here. Joel, Nico, I really appreciate you being here. I'm Adam Rush. Thank you all.
Test, test, test. Testing, testing, testing.
Check. All right, everybody. How you guys doing? Everybody doing all right? Come on. You guys doing good? Great. Everyone in the back and everyone, if you guys can come up to the front, don't be shy. We need to let everybody in the world know that everybody's here and attentive. So I'm looking at all you people back there. Come on up front. All right, this next session is all about the future of Cardano funding. And we have three amazing presentations from some folks that you might recognize in different institutions in our ecosystem. So there's three presentations. We're going to start it off with the one and only Logan Panshot from BuilderDAO.
Wow. Thank you for the warm welcome. If you don't know me, my name is Logan, and I am on a mission to implement decentralized governance into the fabric of society. And today, I get the privilege of representing over 40 builders in the Cardano ecosystem, and I get to tell you all about Cardano BuilderDAO. So I'm going to tell you how it works, our governance structure, the membership process. We're really going to get into it. So the first exciting thing to understand is the origin story. And as good things start oftentimes, it started on a Zoom call. And I was on a call with my co-founder, and we saw this opportunity being presented with the treasury being unlocked for the community. And what we knew was Cardano ecosystem has to have increasing users and on-chain activity for survival and growth. But in order to make this happen, it's like, what did we need to do? we didn't have funding structures in the ecosystem that were tailor-made to grow projects. So we saw a gap in the current funding ecosystem on Cardano. So Catalyst is an awesome tool for Cardano, and it will continue to be. It can fund these early stage funding mechanisms through a milestone-based process, and that's awesome. But what's missing is this is not purpose-built for growth stage products. So products that are near product market fit, they have a functioning product, they have users, they need scaling capital. They don't need idea stage grants and to put in ideas they think the community think will pass. They need to focus on what they need to increase their KPIs, which we'll get more into that. So we saw this ecosystem risk that without follow-on capital, even promising projects stagnate or won't grow the ecosystem. So where does this follow-on capital normally come from? In many other blockchain ecosystems, it comes from maybe the foundation or venture capital investment, but these things aren't really present in Cardano at this point, and certainly not enough. So the vision of Cardano Builder DAO is to create a self-sustaining, scalable funding engine for the Cardano ecosystem. So what that results in is a coordination layer for builders to collaborate and compete, with the ultimate goal of making Cardano sustainable by increasing on-chain metrics and users. Community members. I know there's some builders in the crowd here. What's up, guys? Yes, sir. Yeah. So this all started with it's a grassroots movement, and we just started reaching out to our friends who we know had projects, and we know we're entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. They were all like, yeah, this is needed. Let's all come together. So over the last 3-4 months, we have Bodega, Dex Hunter, Fluid Tokens, Fluxpoint, Indigo, Iagon, MinSwap, Matera, Sunday Lab, Snag, Vesper, OneChain, InMaker, Liquid, Strike Finance, DripDrop. All these projects are coming together as a grassroots movement to create a shared treasury that we can all have one goal aligned with. So let's talk about the DAO structure. First things first is this is a 12 million ADA proposal, which is a pretty big ask, right? And where these funds go, they go directly into an Agora DAO treasury. Now, what is important about that? It is an audited and open source library of Plutus scripts meant for collective ownership of resources. So all of the funds that come into this are collectively managed by all of the builders in the DAO. And the DAO implements a one member, one vote structure. So you have 40 projects. Some of them are competitors. A lot of people know each other personally. This is a very, very good coordination layer because you have all these domain experts in one area coming together to make decisions. Now, one of the hardest things to do was to organize the membership criteria for this DAO, because we want it to be for proven builders, but we don't want it to be exclusive. So this is how it works. We use Project Catalyst as a community sensing mechanism. So if you are a builder with a working product on Cardano, with KPIs you can point to that you have and you want to improve, and you also have a closed out Catalyst proposal, you're in the DAO. You can come and be a requesting member. If you have a working product and you have an approved Catalyst proposal, you can come in as a voting member. Now, with this being said, there are so many great builders that haven't gone through the Catalyst rigmarole. So we use Catalyst, just to go back a little bit, I forgot to say, Catalyst is a great way to do this because the builders will know if you want to close out milestones and get your project approved, you go through some scrutiny. I can see Danny back there nodding his head. You have to go through these milestones, and these reviewers are asking all these questions, making sure you're doing right. So it proves that you can perform under scrutiny and delivers actual stuff. Now, with that being said, a lot of projects haven't done Catalyst before. So what we actually did is we made it so that if you do have a working product, but you haven't been through Catalyst before, you can still get in the DAO. And this is what we did. You can see our governance portal. We voted in Splash Labs. We voted about FarmRoll, Tokyo Labs, Strike Finance, Local Cooperativa, Zerberus. So these are projects that they're Cardano builders for sure, but they haven't gone through. So we have a clause to be able to vote them in. You can kind of see what it looks like and how it works. I think I went too far. Yep, and then governance workflow. So how it works is when projects need to get or want to ask for funds from the treasury, they all submit a proposal. I'm going to get into the template in a second here because it explains a lot of things. But first, this governance action goes in a discussion thread. Goes in a discussion stage where people can come ask questions, ask clarifying questions, say why they like it, they don't like it. And then once it's done with that, the same governance action moves into a voting period for a temperature check where all members, they all have one vote, right? They either upvote or they downvote it. And if they get more upvotes than downvotes, then that company's proposal moves on to the next phase, which is the treasury withdrawal. Now, the treasury withdrawal is a fully on-chain vote carried out by the Agora DAO, where the majority of members must vote yes in order to, okay. The majority of members must vote yes in order for the smart contract to automatically pass and distribute the funds to all of the different companies. The next big thing is semi-annual cycles. So we operate on a 6-month basis. So projects request 6 months of funding. They get their funding. They have to come back in 6 months to report back on their KPIs to see whether the social consensus layer wants to give them follow-on funding. We also have a semi-annual cycle with membership. So we need to have stable membership in order for compliance reasons and also for smart contracts reasons to make sure our quorums can be set. So every 6 months we bring in new members. There's a handful of projects already that are looking to get in for the next one. Then we also have board members. This is just the administrative function, and there's 5 community members that are actually on the board, and their job is to make sure that the governance process is carried out. All the members know when governance actions are happening, compliance requirements are met. Now, I want to lock in on the fact that the CBDAO is centered around KPIs. So when you have your treasury withdrawal application, it doesn't look the same as Catalyst. It doesn't look the same as your treasury proposal. This is what you're filling out. You're telling us at least 2 of these metrics: your monthly active users, your revenue, your downloads, your installs, where you want to see them in 6 months, where you want to see them in 12 months. And that's what you're going to be judged against. It's not whether you're completing milestones, it's whether you're meeting your goals and KPIs. We're going as far as to build a dashboard with tap tools so that not only can we see the collective metrics of the DAO, but you can also see all of the projects that have requested and what their KPIs are and how they're growing. And with North Star metrics, I kind of talked about this, but the North Star metrics are things that the projects need to improve, but also the whole ecosystem benefits from. And then for follow-on funding, the main thing to say here is this is not designed to be a honeypot that projects just keep coming back to. What this is designed to do is to get scaling capital to projects so that they can become either self-sufficient and have enough revenue to be on their own, or be ready to be a venture-backed company with these KPIs. And with the follow-on funding, like I said, you have to come back after 6 months and to report your KPIs. So just to end, this is our vision. We saw this gap in Cardano's funding ecosystem. If we don't increase transaction volume and users and TVL on the Cardano blockchain, then we're in trouble. And these are the builders. I've heard people say it. I know Nate has said stuff like this, like, I'm going to bring billions of transactions to chain. And he's saying it with a straight face. Patrick from InMaker told me the same thing. So many others have told me the same thing. We are going to be the ones that bring the next 100 million transactions and users to Cardano. That is our goal. So we are like 2% from passing this and being funded. We have all of our governance in place. We take our shit really seriously. So please, if you haven't voted for us, vote for us. And if you're not convinced, corner me and let me talk my way out of the corner, and I'll tell you why it's good for Cardano.
Give it up one more time for Logan. All right. In just a second, we'll have this second presentation loaded up here. But up next, we have the amazing things that's happening at Draper U. And she's going to, and this is Arissa Uno. That's how you say it, right? Yeah. Give it up. One of the most amazing developments that has happened in the Cardano funding ecosystem. She's going to dive right into that. And yeah, so wait just a second. Oh, here we go. And we'll get it started.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. Usually we are hosting a lot of events. So like this massive size of events is crazy. So thank you so much for having us. And yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Arisa. I work for Draper University, and then university means like, yes, school, but that just a concept is a school. So what we do is accelerating the startup, and then we also invest, so as a venture capital. So this is our like huge building inside of the Silicon Valley. It's just like 15 minutes away from San Francisco Airport. And education, acceleration, venture capital, residency, all combined, and then 8 floors, and 100 founders living all together, 24 hours from 35 different countries. Yeah, so this is us. We've been doing this since like 2012. So Tim Draper, this guy, he's a big in a Bitcoin, but he is the one crazy enough to let's create the school for entrepreneurs. Yeah, and then like back in 2012, he just created it. And then he's been doing that, and then he still comes to this program, and then every day he's, oh my God, this is so fun. I can do this every day. This is very, very true, because he always comes here, and then sometimes he has to sit, and then for 100 founders pitching every day, and then like he sit and ask questions. So what we have done, we supported the founders from over 100 countries. And then successfully, each of them, after they graduating from our accelerator program, they just raised 1.2 billion. And then we are really proud of the fact that not only just supporting, but usually at the school, they are like, oh, which job you got? No, we create the founders who are producing the employment. So that means the job, this many job created. So venture capital is our DNA. What that means is, so Tim Draper, our founder, but his grandfather is the one who created the VC concept for the first time in Silicon Valley. So they've been running the VC fund for 70 years, and then Tim Draper himself is also like running the venture capital for 40 years, 40. And then his son, his daughters, every one of them is also running the funds. Building the ecosystem, because as a venture capital, they've been seeing a lot of struggle as a founder. So really, really wanted to create an ecosystem. So here you go, Draper University ecosystem, not only just here, but we have like starting exploration, education, incubation, acceleration, and funding, all combined all together. We have been managing the funds, more than 48 funds all over the world, not only just in US, but like everywhere. Yeah, so 40 years anniversary, actually this year was the 40th anniversary of our fund. But more than like 50 unicorn companies, and then like 10 times bigger than a unicorn company, we have successfully funded like more than 10 Rhino companies, which is like bigger, 10 times bigger than the unicorn. So in the Web3 ecosystem, Tim Draper invested in a lot of companies. Back in 2014, he gained 30K Bitcoin from the Silk Road bidding auction. But since then, he's really explored a lot of possibilities all around the Web3 ecosystem. And then this year, we also did the Cardano accelerator for the first time in the world. So thanks to all of the collaboration through the Catalyst and then Cardano Foundations and then our venture capital, our team, everyone is like really committed, almost like more than 2 years actually. One of our alumni of founder at the Draper University, he went back to Jamaica and then came back, hey, this is amazing. We should do this for the Cardano ecosystem. He came back, he kept pitching, and then, it just like realized this, like, wow, this is so crazy. And then finally this happens. So back in April, we launched the program. Actually, the Logan, the previous speaker, he was also one of the alumni. And then also some of you sitting there, we selected 20 companies from all over the world. So this was our proposal on Catalyst. We just go through just one of our project. And this is like the program that we committed 5 weeks. And then we selected 20 companies, but it took so much time because we really started from scratch. No any network, anything. But a lot of people supported us. And then co-building, collaboration with these projects. But not only just like they're gathering together, they live together. So that means like from the morning, from the really, really late night, they just sat down together, not only just a mingle, like exploring idea, building together, and collaborating each other. And then sometimes they went to like, hey, like let's do the hackathon. They went out to the hackathon in like outside of like San Francisco, and then a lot of them like got back earning money because they just won the hackathon. So that shows that a lot of Cardano builders are really, really technical enough, and you're really surprised. Every day, without us telling you what to do, they're just like keep building. So it was really, really amazing to see, like, it actually opened our eyes. And then after that, we are trying to like help them to raise money. And then for the BC, like sometimes they're not really familiar with the Cardano ecosystem. So we just really practice why Cardano pitch before they're even talking about their business. And then guess what? A lot of people actually ask, why Cardano? And then 28 projects gathered together, like hanging around in San Francisco, and like, what is happening? This is for the first time for us to see like this many Cardano projects in my real life. A lot of VCs and then startup founders like just mentioned that. So like, yeah, okay, like hosting more events. So we really raised a lot of presence of the Cardano in the Bay Area in San Francisco. Our North Star is not only short-term project. We really, really committed to build an ecosystem, just like we do at the Draper. But we also want to do like ecosystem of Cardano in the future. How we can support and how we can do together, not only just us, but we need a lot of support, collaboration, and then we need to understand what is the issue. How can we solve that? It's almost like a big project, just like a startup. And then this is a highlight. 40 founders came here at the Draper University, and then from 16 countries, and then we had a lot of programs. So every day it's almost like events. Our team is not that many, but every day from the morning to the almost late night, just like building what is a critical session for our founders, who should be invited as speakers. So 35 speakers and mentors, and then they raised like 14 million fundraise or grant. Sourcing process and selection criteria, it was very tough. To be honest, there are too many good projects. We wish we could choose everyone, but our spot was only 20 companies. So we did a lot of marketing events, network outreach, a lot of outreach, and then gain a lot of knowledge, and then also gain a lot of recognition. Non-Cardano builders also asking us, how can we do this? How can we learn more about this? And I'm like, wow, this is a lot of demand. So we really tap into a lot of criteria, a lot of startup, and then if we listed a lot of criteria, this is too many. If you're interested, please check out our Catalyst report, because every month we just did the report. Sometimes, yes, we need to like rework, and then like it's almost like communicating like online with a lot of supporters. Yeah, so application, we gain application 400, and then 250 call interviews we did. Again, our team is not that big, but we're really asking around everyone. And then 3 conferences in a different continent, and then 15 events in unlimited learning. And these are the founders they came from. And yeah, so that's how we created it. But the question was the why Cardano? We really thought about this together with the founders. And then team app as a Cardano, and it's almost like ambassador in the United States, in San Francisco especially. So as a group, how can we raise this like recognition as a Cardano? We really thought about it. Yeah. So this is about use, program highlight. Yeah. We actually went to Top Golf in San Francisco as well. But testimonial, and then great biggest news is like investment. We are still negotiating because renegotiating, and then we really want to invest in some Cardano founders. So stay tuned, but it's gonna be big program is happening. Is it okay to show this? Okay. Yeah, but this is our what we do at Draper University. We are having a booth at the Real Evo, so please join us and then stop by and then say hi to me. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Give it one more time for Arissa. Awesome. And up next, we have Daniel Rybar from Project Catalyst. He's going to be making his way to the stage. Anyone here heard of Project Catalyst? Give it up for Project Catalyst. Come on. All right. Love that. Love that. And here's the man, the myth. Oh, what a surprise.
I'm not used to this. Usually it's Zoom calls. So there's living beings here. That's interesting.
This is for you. Left and right should work. And you're all good to go. All right, everyone give it up.
Howdy, everyone. Big shout out to CBDAO and a great... There's a timer. All right, so we shouldn't go over 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, if that's the lunch next thing, I'll be out of your way. So shout out to CBDAO and Draper University. Great presentations. Always love seeing like how the rising tide in the ecosystem makes all the boats rise along the way as well. And it's amazing to see how far this ecosystem is coming along across all of those years. All right, well, who am I and why am I here today? Well, my name is Daniel, and I have the privilege, sometimes the burden, of running day-to-day of the Project Catalyst. So you might have seen me online, chattering, talking about different things with regards to the Catalyst, and basically I'm here to tell you a little bit about what the Project Catalyst is. You've seen these beautiful banners around the venue, a little subliminal messaging, and you might be wondering, what is Project Catalyst in the first place? So just to give a little bit of understanding in the room, who hasn't heard about the Project Catalyst yet? Can you raise your hand? Can you hear me though? Can everybody hear me? I am speaking in the mic. Can you hear me now? All right, people in the back can hear me now. As you can see, I don't often hold mic in front of my face as often. All right, so who has heard of Project Catalyst here before? Raise your hand now. Woo! All right, awesome. That's amazing. Well, what is Project Catalyst for some people who might be hearing about the Project Catalyst for the very first time? Well, it started with a relatively simple idea in terms of like, how can the Cardano community best support innovation at a grassroots level to further Cardano's mission to make the world better for all. And that's how it all started, nearly now 5 years ago. Can you imagine? 13 funding life cycles ago. And what propelled all of that? Well, Cardano community is very engaged. And it means that they are participating as citizens of the digital nation of the Cardano, and they're governing what they call in the middle is a big pot of shared resources, which enables forward planning and roadmap planning about how does Cardano evolve over the future. So what we do in Catalyst, we have a bit of an innovation angel. Project Catalyst is one of the largest decentralized innovation engines on the planet, having distributed or allocated to the tune of excess of $150 million in funding to projects across 90 different countries with 2,000 funded projects. And that's a pretty cool thing, and we're gonna check it out in the next couple of slides. What is even cooler that all of this $150 million in funding via ADA, Cardano Treasury, was done with community-led voting. Those are not decisions somewhere in the high corporate, 100th floor boardroom. That's in your palms with your ADA, voting and choosing which projects should get the chance to get their projects and ideas on the way. And so what do we do together over 5 years? Well, we've been solving some wicked problems together. So if you don't know, every funding round begins with setting the scope. What are the kinds of things and ideas that we're looking for to solve? What are the problems? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities that we can put our brains together and see whether we can deploy the right solutions for them? And then we go out there, all of the projects, all of you, builders, educators, they go out there and deploy these projects. And then what do? We review the outcomes. You saw the CBDAO talking about the KPIs, all of those nice things. That's exactly what needs to be happening. Are we getting the return on the intention from the treasury money that's coming in through? And once we've done that, what do? As best, you might know that it's always the project catalyst attribute. We begin with welcome to the experiment slide. Well, it wouldn't be a good experiment if we don't learn on the lessons that we apply, and then we iterate, and we start the cycle all over again. And we've done this cycle 13 times to date as a community. Now, how you might participate? You might have been a proposer. So these are all the people that have ideas. You've seen an opportunity, you've seen a challenge, something that's been bothering you on the back of your head, and you just might have the right solution, but you're looking for some of that, whether it's the social capital or funding that allows you to get outside and act on those ideas. We've seen to date about 5,000 unique proposers. This is actually probably the most vulnerable function in the entire ecosystem. Why? Because these people are not pitching in front of the boardroom of 5 or 10 people. These people are making themselves vulnerable in front of thousands and tens of thousands of people of public feedback and scrutiny. And that takes confidence. So all of the proposers, I see many people here in the audience, and certainly throughout the Rare Evo event, are the ones who had enough confidence to come and participate in this public endeavor, which has resulted that we have now funded 91 different countries where the projects are coming in from, and to the excess of 2,000 projects. Well, let's say that you don't have the idea just yet. Well, how else you might participate? Well, did you know, as we talked about, every ADA holder actually makes the decisions. So all of the funds that have been allocated over the course of the 5 years were to the tune of the decisions of the community. And collectively, they've cast 3.1 million votes across all of these funding campaigns. And all you need to do is to have 25 ADA in your ADA wallet, and as a Cardano citizen, that allows you to cast a vote and make a decision in terms of where do you want to set your priorities, which projects are ready to take it to the next level, and how do you want to see those things prioritized as such. Let's say you're not ready for any of those roles. Well, what is the easiest way to actually get some ADA? Is to exchange your opinions, your experience, your expertise, and help projects get better through the lenses of the community review. And that's where the community reviewers are coming in. We've collectively collected in the last 5 years 320,000 community reviews across all of these projects which were funded. And these are important functions. It provides early feedback to all of the projects who are learning to see, are they communicating correctly? Are they providing the level of the detail that people are understanding? Is my pitch landing the way as I'm thinking it does? And we've had around 8,000 community reviewers participate over those 5 years, with many of them functioning also as the moderators. This is one of the easiest ways how to onboard yourself into the Cardano ecosystem if you've never held any ADA, because as a result, and if you do a really good job, you get rewarded for your function. Now, if you're long enough in the Project Catalyst, you can actually graduate to one of the most coveted positions within the Project Catalyst ecosystem, and those are milestone reviewers. You've heard in the presentations earlier, Project Catalyst does not give out funding in a lump sum payments. What we actually do is a milestone-based funding, so that means that every project has to come up with a roadmap, and we call that roadmap statement of milestones. And then every time when the projects go on their way, they have to meet those milestones in order to unlock the next funding tranches. And then they're working shoulder to shoulder with milestone reviewers, scrutinizing, making sure that the original promise of what the proposals were intended to do in the first place, they actually meet the expectations and provide meeting the acceptance criteria. We've seen to date about 3,000 proof of achievements reviewed by this cohort and is an entirely community-led function as such, to the tune almost nearly 100 individuals all across the world. Now, why should you participate? So, first of all, it's an amazing way to get to know people outside of your usual immediate surroundings, whether it's your socials, because you get to interact on a different level, and specifically within your functions, such as community reviewers and whatnot. But it's an amazing way to actually learn and grow. Like I mentioned, this is done all in public, which means that you get to learn how to communicate, how to sell your ideas, and how to collaborate, especially making those connections with people where you might want to extend your capabilities as a team and collaborate together as such. What that has resulted in, when I talked about the countries, Catalyst today is nearly in every corner of the earth, which is pretty exciting. What is even cooler that with all of these projects, as you can see them on the screen, if you would like to find out whether somebody's building in your backyard, I do encourage you to go and check out the Catalyst interactive map. It is the easiest way to find out where the builders are in the ecosystem, to see whether somebody in your postcode area is actually building something of an interest that you might want to collaborate on, reach out to them. So if you haven't already, there's a QR code that's going to get you to there, and you'll be able to figure out on the global map to go all the way down to the country level and see what kinds of projects are being built locally, what their status is, and which verticals they're actually participating in. So pretty cool. You can probably lose yourself there for a couple hours at a time as well. Now, just a highlight of what I'm going to touch upon the next slide as well. Catalyst has been at the epicenter of the product ecosystem for the past couple of years within Cardano. And this is just a small selection of like the companies and organizations that have been funded, some of which are presenting here today as well. But altogether, it was about 300 funded projects across the product ecosystem, and that has resulted about 20 plus Fortune 500 and Tier 1 companies, which are bringing good attention and collaboration to partnership with different kind of proposals in the Cardano ecosystem, and even one state government in India as well. So it's super exciting. Now, if you would like to see some of those more insights and the granularity between them, whether it's the country level, different funding, whether it's the DeFi horizon and whatnot, I do encourage you to check out this publication, which is one of the most important and first of its kind in Catalyst history, where we aggregated all of those years together in an easy to consume and easy to shareable format. So if you haven't read it yet, I do encourage you to check out. There's also a QR code in the top right corner, which is super cool to go and see some of those visuals, the trends, and to see what the impact of the Project Catalyst has been through the lenses of the community over the past couple of years. And what's even more exciting is, well, if you haven't noticed, Fund 14 is currently underway. So if you haven't clocked it in, there's a deadline to submit applications by August 18th, 6 a.m. UTC. And Fund 14 is now officially live thanks to the Cardano community. And again, I would like to extend a humble thank you to everyone who expressed their support towards the Project Catalyst team, and also the proposal that has been now enacted as of past weekend, which means that Fund 14 is now officially on its way. And we're going to lock in Fund 14, Fund 15, and Fund 16 with the same level of predictability as you've seen for the previous 3 funding life cycles. So I'm really excited to see what that funding landscape is going to look like. If you would like to check out more about what that information is all about, there's also a QR code, and you'll be able to get all the latest on the deadlines, what the categories are, and everything in between. Now, if you would like to share the news with anyone else, we have also very nifty, a 4-page Fund 14 launch guide, and then you will be able to get where the things are rolling. All right? So this is basically at the end of it. We have now 20 million ADA through the community lenses to be available in Fund 14. So if you're excited, you had that idea in the back of your head, applications are open. Make sure you submit it by the August 18th at 6 a.m. UTC. Now, there's the 3 of us here at the floor. There's myself, there's Chris Baird, our general manager, and also head of product. So if you see us around the ecosystem here during the Rare Evo, tap on our back. We would love to chat with you. If you would like to connect, there is also live updates on the Catalyst on X, what we're doing and where we are. And if you would like to get in touch with me directly, whether it's on X or on LinkedIn, I'm happy to chat as well. So thank you, everyone, and hopefully you're going to have a fantastic rest of the day at the Top Golf. Thank you.
All right, give it up one more time for all the 3 presentations about the future of Cardano funding. All right, we're going to take a 3-minute break here. We're going to set the stage for the next panel, and then we're going to hit lunch after that. So 3-minute break, everybody. Test. All right, everybody, we're ready for this next session. If you guys make your way to your seats. We got a really good one here. Come sit down before lunch. We need one last session. All right. Everybody back there, come sit down. Don't be shy. Come on in. We're going to send Maggie on you. All right. Well. All right, everybody, we're going to get started here. Okay. So this last session, right before lunch, is all about the growth in marketing. Who here is familiar with marketing and growth in any way? Great. Well, you guys are in the right spot. Just going to corral the troops. All right, we have a very great panel. We're going to get it going. I'm going to hand this off to my man Tex here. He's going to introduce everybody and get this session started. All right, thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thanks so much, everyone, and thanks for taking some time out of your day. We're going to talk about growth and marketing. Specifically, we're featuring a number of members from the Growth and Marketing Committee here at Intersect. For anyone who's been following, if you've seen it, Growth and Marketing Committee has been in bootstrap for the first part of this year so far. But we are very happy to announce that the meetings are going to become public starting as soon as next week. So I'm joined here today by Ellis. And we also have Wes, Tim, and Nate. So Wes here is our chair currently, and then we have Tim, he's our vice chair. So yeah, we're going to get some different things going. But Wes, pass this to you here. Explain the role of the GMC and what have we accomplished in this bootstrap phase so far?
Thank you, Tex, and thanks everyone for coming out. I would say that this most apparent product of the GMC is this developer and governance day that we're all experiencing here and now. That was definitely an idea birthed out of the Growth and Marketing Committee of Cardano, which is an Intersect committee. We're a strategic and decision-making body that's formed of marketing experts from across the ecosystem, representing all parts of both organizations, individual contributors, and regions across the globe. We work on things from setting the budget, breaking that apart into various marketing initiatives, as well as creating standard operating procedures and formulating the alignment with the Cardano roadmap and the 2030 vision, specifically with the product committee, but with all other committees and how marketing can further empower their mission forward.
Absolutely. So lots of great initiatives and plans, and we've just been working to see how we can get that started, even though we didn't make it across the line for that interest in the budget initially, but we're still pushing these things out anyway. So really good to see that. Tim, I'll go to you on this one here. So if we zoom out, what are we looking for in terms of marketing and growth for the Cardano ecosystem?
I think the first thing we need to achieve as an ecosystem and as a community is alignment around actually what marketing is. One of Cardano's core strengths is its decentralization. One of its core strengths is the level of technical expertise embedded across the community. But I think one of our weaknesses is we don't agree what marketing is and how much we should spend on marketing and where we should spend it. So I think one of the core missions for the GMC over the next 6 to 12 months is to try and drive that conversation and to get to a level of consensus and a level of understanding of what marketing is. I think crypto marketing is generally terrible. It generally has a terribly bad name. It's seen very much as a retail extraction tactic, but actually marketing really needs to be looked at in a much more holistic way. One way I look at it is it probably works for a technical audience. You need to think of marketing as a stack, and there's different types of marketing at every layer of the stack. Another way to think about it is an iceberg, and you only see the top. You see the surface top stuff. You maybe see the logo, you maybe see the brand, you maybe see call to actions on social. You maybe see lots of influencers pulling silly faces on YouTube. That tends to be the most apparent face of marketing. But if you go further down the stack, you can even get as far down as developer onboarding. Great technical documentation is probably the best marketing you can do for a technical audience. We've seen other blockchains, notably Solana, drive incredibly powerful and very, very effective developer onboarding campaigns through things like their hacker houses and their kind of soup to nuts developer journey, which takes people all the way from learning core code to finding seed funding for their projects. So I think marketing really needs to be seen as something that operates at every layer. Product marketing is another one. I think Cardano has an amazing product. It's about to get even more amazing. I think we're going to see about 20 new projects passed today at the airport boundary, funding all levels of technical improvements and capabilities. We've got a really strong stories to tell, not least the fact that we have this incredibly broad, wide, deeply intelligent community with access to a $1.6 billion fighting fund. And if that's spent correctly, and the right people are in the room to make the right decisions, that can really power Cardano forward. So I think in summary, our biggest marketing challenge actually is about understanding and agreeing as a community what we want to do when it comes to marketing, where we need to spend our money, and how we're going to truly drive active usage on the chain.
So I'll pull up a few key things there. We're talking about the community. The community has the talent that we need, and then achieving consensus. And so that's going to lead us into this unified voice. And so if we explore that for just a second, Nate, if you can tell us, what does it mean? Why is it important for us to have a unified voice across a decentralized community?
Thanks, Wes. It's a great question. Hello? Test.
The glasses, maybe?
Thanks, Tex. That's a great question. So my name is Nate. I'm from Emergo, lead global marketing across the region. When we talk about a diverse voice, so let's zoom out first. So a good brand, a good product, tech companies, you need consistent comms, you need consistent KPIs, you need one voice. When you set KPIs for localized events, you still need to measure them. You need to come back and decide what worked, take these learnings. A lot of the companies that we're talking to today have those learnings from events over the last few years. How do we take those benchmarks and use them for what we need to do? A lot of these things, these playbook items, can be used to empower decentralized communities. A unified voice can then be executed at a local level. So I think there's a mix of taking these learnings, using them as a playbook, allowing the committees to empower those decisions, but also finding trusted, reliable partners like Waxman as a PR agency or First Event as an events agency, and being able to utilize those to basically using experts where we need to and doing things in-house with our own learnings where we need to as well, and ensuring that we're open to those learnings. So I think that's encompasses a unified voice, but deployed at a decentralized environment.
I just maybe add one thing to that you touched on that I think is also super important. It's about granularity of decision making as well. Not everybody can be a marketing expert. Not everybody is. I think everybody, however, can be an expert in what they feel Cardano wants to achieve. And I think part of our role is to try and understand a framework, a strategic framework for delivery of different marketing initiatives with clear KPIs, being able to demonstrate return on investment that will win the trust to make certain decisions on behalf of the Cardano community. You don't want to have a controlling function. We've moved away from any level of centralization. We don't want to go back to that. But I think it's by providing those strategic frameworks that help DREPs and the wider community make those decisions and be able to hold people, agencies, whoever it might be, to account for delivery against those is also a super important part of the mix.
So I think we are pushing to the next topic here, and these work really well together. So Ellis, I'm going to put this to you. What role does collaboration play with the committees, the working groups, going back to these core functions, the founding entities, and how does that help us to deliver impactful growth strategies?
Yes, sure. So what we've been working this year really closely together with Red Network, Emergo, WADA. So we're looking at events, summits, Cardano summits, booths, all across the world, bringing it together under one Cardano flag, repeating, learning, measuring impact. So this event is a great example already what we achieved in the meantime of the budgeting processes and everything. So it's very nice to see how it all comes together. Next up, we've got Cardano summits coming up in LATAM, let's test it. Can you hear me?
Test.
Can you hear me here? Okay. So next up on the tour, we have Cardano summits coming up in LATAM, held by Ada Solar in Rio, in Buenos Aires. Then we're going to Berlin for the Summit Global flagship event, as well as India, held by Emergo during India Blockchain Week. We have WADA somewhere in the audience here, Africa Town Hall. So going to Nairobi, and in addition, we are also working on 11 unified blockchain conferences where we want to bring Cardano booths, marketing activities, and things like that. So everything is in the works. We're working closely together, and already these events happening here. There's also something happening in Blockchain Rio right now. So everything is in the works.
And I think that'll come right back to GMC, and what we're trying to present here today is these conversations have all been happening within the GMC. And our goal is not to hide that away from anybody. And so I'll mention again that we're going to take this public, but what we're doing in these meetings is we are bringing everybody that has the idea or wants to expand on these events and continue to show a demonstrated impact. We're putting that all in the same room, getting that all approved on the same scale by all the relevant experts in the field, and just allowing this all to take place and pushing for just that next level.
Yeah, I wanted to connect some dots too from what Nate mentioned as well as Ellis. It's not only the unified vision and this strategy where we're all aligned. So like decentralization is important, but alignment is also very much important. One, because we have to divide and conquer on the workload. This is across the globe throughout the year, and there is no just centralized events team for Cardano. Other foundations have that, but there's definitely a lot less community involvement, and I would just say diversity of skill sets that are being brought in. Secondly, it's the metrics, being able to actually collect the data holistically and do something with it in the end, and learn and continue to improve and actually work on business development with this strategy. But I think lastly is the cost efficiency and the avoidance of clashing throughout these conferences, for instance, more so from the events guy, but I think that this is applicable to all marketing strategies across the board. But for instance, Token 2049 last year, right? We had IO having events, we had Emergo having events, we had InMaker, we had Rare Network, we had others. All this is happening, but there's no alignment. So there's events that are clashing. Okay, you can't be two places at once. There's cost efficiencies that are being, overlooked, where we could save massively, have opportunities for collaboration. So when we say unified, it's not only from like the actual brand and vision that's aligned with the product roadmap. It's really down to that like event by event basis, avoiding clashing, allowing for better alignment, but then still working in one of the most decentralized ecosystems out there in the blockchain space.
If I can ask you to continue for just another second here, let's talk about the community engagement aspect of that and what the GMC is intending to do.
Yes, so this is something I think to put a lot of emphasis on. This event, we are very much appreciative that it was funded by the community. We hit the 67% threshold. For the unified events, we are not there yet, but that's where the community benefits the most. That would be 11 worldwide events through mid-May of 2026, worldwide, from events that focus on investors to government, regulation, to startup culture, right? The community can benefit by actually participating in the booth, in the conference takeover, promoting their brand with actually not having to burn a hole in their marketing budget. So there's a ton of incentive for the startup ecosystem to support this proposal, get involved, and work with ourselves at Rare Network, Emergo, Cardano Foundation, depending on which region. We're each kind of leading different regions. Communities can get involved and be a part of that booth experience or that side event social aspect.
And so we'll reframe a little bit of why we're here, what we're talking about. Tim, this one's for you. So what would you say is the single most important challenge that Cardano really needs to focus on when it comes to marketing and growth?
Well, it might sound like an obvious answer, but I think it's ultimately visibility outside the core Cardano community. I think we need to recognize we are in a bubble. It's a lovely bubble. It's a warm and comfortable bubble, but it's not a sustainable one. And I think that's why things like event strategies are so important. we need to recognize that we are a player in the top 10, usually top 11 in terms of market cap. But I would say in terms of industry visibility, we're still facing these extremely negative narratives of ghost chain, or is Cardano still a thing? And I think that's why presence at sort of major global events like Token, like Consensus, these events, they're just one small part of the marketing mix, but they're an incredibly important part to maintain and to rebuild, if you like, the visibility within the wider crypto industry. I think that's a really important challenge. And again, to reiterate the word, I think it's about finding the right balance between fragmentation and alignment. Decentralization is fantastic. As Wes said, it means you can break the work up. It means you can bring in experts in particular fields to take on particular accountabilities and responsibilities. But we have to align around a clear strategy. Otherwise, it'll be busy throwing pebbles in a lake. You know, we need to turn all those pebbles into a few bigger rocks and make much bigger waves.
All right, so Nate, I'm going to pass this one to you. You've been around the last couple of days, governance workshop, and we've heard a key term here, executive function, and we can pop this around, but you know, what in your perception would be the impact of having an executive function in the Cardano ecosystem and how that's implemented?
Yep, we talked a lot about the executive function yesterday, and I think the title was misleading. A lot of people took online and said, you know, should this be executives running it and things, and it's actually not. Executive function is largely, we know that Intersect were by default doing a lot of the work that necessarily were straying away from their core remit, so there was a portion of work that needed to be done that potentially now we have the opportunity to reflect and decide, could somebody else do that with a different expertise? And largely in relation to marketing, again, it goes back to things like consistent KPIs, ensuring that people are accountable. So if we did work with an agency vendor or any sort of marketing vendor, how do we keep them accountable for what they deliver? There's things like spend allocation. So when Tim talks about a broader holistic marketing strategy, within that is, you know, what percentage do you spend on what channel? And how do we get people with experience to decide that? And then when it's done, reallocate and optimize it to say, oh, well, actually, let's not spend this much on this channel this year. Let's adjust it as the market changes. And I think there's a role between the committees and the executive function that can really fill that gap.
Anyone else on the executive?
I mean, since we're a marketing panel, I'll just give a shameless plug, seeing as I've seen something appear on the screen behind me. You know, we haven't got all the answers. We don't even pretend to have all the answers, and certainly we don't have the brief. So we want to form a brief, and we want to form a strategy. And so this week we launched a survey, which when we're out of the way, you can take a photo of that. But if you want to find it, you'll find it on the Intersect Twitter account. I think Rare have retweeted it as well. It's about a 15-minute survey in total, but what we're really trying to understand is, who are you in the community? You're an SPO, are you a builder, are you a founder, are you an ADA enthusiast, are you a governance ninja? And to really understand what your perceptions are of what kind of we need to do, where are the areas we need to focus, what are the core strengths that we should really focus on flexing. Again, one of Cardano's greatest strengths is one of its greatest challenges. It's the Swiss Army knife of crypto. It can do so many things, but what do we want to be famous for? And we need to decide that really as a community, and it's this combination of expert execution, expert advisory, and true community desire that's going to get us to where we want to get to. So please do fill in the survey. I think we've got about 40 filled in already, which is a really great start, but we want to get this as wide as possible, and the findings will obviously be fully released, but will also really help us understand what the community feels we should be leaning into, and maybe leaning away from. That's an important thing. I don't think many of us necessarily want to go down the routes of certain other very famous chains that are maybe doing things that we don't actually think fits with the ethos that we want to maintain, and the spirit of decentralization, and the spirit of empowerment that we want to try and pursue. So please do fill in the survey. That's my shameless plug over.
All right, so sorry that we're running down on time, but we talked about this a little bit throughout. So Wes, I'll toss this back to you. Let's talk about the importance of events when it comes to growth and marketing strategies. And just a quick plug, I would say, as I've had the chance to look back over the last couple of years, I would have to say for Cardano, these events have been for a purpose. And I think that's an important part. So just give us more on events.
Yeah, I think it's very simple. Events, is my mic working? Check. Yep. Events are a trust accelerator. And that's just simply from the power of shaking someone's hand and looking them in the eye. And it really is like as simple as that. And the trust acceleration can be reflected in the numbers like year-over-year developer growth, or business partnerships that are initiated IRL at an event. And it's important to do them on pace, year-long, worldwide. So with Rare Evo, it originated as Rare Bloom, and we're two stake pools that came together to pull off the first Cardano community conference. And so we've grown that since into a rather large multi-chain conference. And what does that mean? So that means that we went from you're the Cardano event to you're the event with 20 other L1s. And that trust accelerator kills tribalism and pushes for cross-chain innovation, where we can actually learn from each other and improve rather than just argue about it. So I think just keeping it like super basic, everyone knows the power of how that, that in-person connection can shape your life faster and more trustworthy, and you can apply that to events and also powerful marketing campaigns that build trust too. So I think it really comes down to the trust being built, and then that accelerates growth.
Absolutely. Tim.
Do we have any time for any questions or reflections from the floor? I'd certainly, maybe a few views here.
Sure. Thanks. Yeah, I'd like to ask if any of you could speak to who do you think we as Cardano need to market towards? Are we trying to attack, is there an arm that could be attracting devs? Is there an arm that could be attracting retail investors? Is there an arm that could be attracting nation states for governance? Is there an arm that could be attracting institutional finance? Is there an arm that could be attracting fellow partnerships with other blockchain technologies that empower, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Again, Swiss Army knife. What do you feel is the most important thing needed for Cardano to laser in on?
You were talking about this. Do you want to go?
Yeah, I think from the committee standpoint, it would be getting actual working groups broken out that have that focus. Because we need to work on the general unified vision and general mission statement of Cardano and how that's branded. But in the same case, there needs to be people with focus that aren't always just looking at the big picture. And so we have things like the Enterprise Working Group as a part of the Growth and Marketing Committee, where people can come in and have that focus on how do we foster relationships with enterprises and showcase enterprise blockchain use cases. And then I think applying it to events is having a diverse events strategy. So in North America, we have DC Blockchain Week. All right, that's the regulators. We have North American Blockchain Summit. That's historically more the Bitcoiners. We have this Bitcoin narrative. Then we have Consensus Miami, very much multi-chain. Then we have Future Proof, all of the wealth advisors in America, so we can push for retail, setting up wallets, pushing people to buy ADA, right? So if you have a strategy that's diverse, not only from a regional standpoint covering the globe, but also in the style and the themes of the conferences that we hit from an event strategy standpoint, you will be able to foster those relationships and make sure that one doesn't slip through the cracks while the other's thriving.
So in timing, let's get this one and that one, and then we'll answer them both.
Yeah, a question I have is, I've looked at the survey and stuff, and how do you close the gap between the sort of highly decentralized ethos that Cardano has that just doesn't exist anywhere else, honestly, to coming up with something that we can actually market? I'll just pick business, so that we can say, hey, we are the best place for your business when the sort of products and ethos in Cardano are so decentralized and so sort of in their own silo that and I could be wrong, but it seems very hard to answer the question of, how do we sort of serve your needs when we sort of have this scattering. And I think that that's also reflected in what we were talking about yesterday about how it always sounds good, oh yeah, we need marketing, but then nobody can agree to what to market or why or to who, and then it doesn't get funded, and well, we're back to, well, we need marketing, and then that's where it stops.
So actually, hi everybody, I'm David Waxman. I founded a company called Waxman 10 years ago. I was very lucky to be the agency of record for Cardano when we launched with IOHK, the Cardano ecosystem back in 2017. And I can tell you that this has been a special ecosystem even before anyone knew about it. Right? This was by far and away the most academically rigorous, well-researched protocol to ever exist. And look what's happened in the last, 8, 9 years since then? It's been remarkable. I think Elise said something so wonderful that it needs to be underscored and over and over and over. There needs to be one flag for Cardano, one flag that anyone can wave, whoever wants to, as high as they want, whatever size they want, but there needs to be one flag. That is the best articulation I've heard for being able to describe what makes this special. And then it can be used in different ways for enterprises, for developers, for nation states. That's what really matters. And it's very doable, but it does depend on us agreeing to what that flag looks like, what that flag's color is, the appropriate way to wave it, something like that. Just a few things that we can consistently say, and then we can target it. And target it through the expertise of all these people on stage here. I think this has been a really robust discussion. And Wes's discussion about kind of how a robust event strategy should be very diverse makes a ton of sense. But we can't only engage, and I'm sure everyone here would agree, at events. It needs to happen outside of those events. Of course, the ecosystem should be represented in Washington, D.C. Of course, it should be represented in London, and in Brussels, and in Singapore, and all over the world, even when the events aren't happening. And that can be done through a really thoughtful multi-channel marketing campaign. And I know this community has the expertise to do so. It just needs to be, we need to be waving that same flag. So Elise, I just want to give you a lot of credit for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Tim, I'm going to give this back to you on the survey question and how we turn that into an actual plan.
Yeah, well, I think David's answer went quite some way to addressing that, but I think another critical point of this, the survey isn't the silver bullet, it's the beginning of the conversation. I think working closely with the top projects on Cardano is also incredibly important. We don't have every base covered, but we do have RWA projects. We've got obviously lots of DeFi, yield, liquidity kind of products coming through. We've got our own prediction market now as well. So we do have potential players in a number of different kind of Web3 sectors. So I think it's really about trying to bring those together. I see that also as a very important function of the GMC. We have an enterprise working group. I would love to form a DeFi working group. I would love to form an RWA working group to truly understand from those projects' perspective what they feel they need to be successful and the extent to which the community and marketing strategies around Cardano can help give them some individual profile as well. This isn't necessarily about picking winners, but I think if you look at most chains, they do have a number of star players that have been responsible for kind of building the highest profile and the highest amount of transactional volume. That's ultimately what this is about. It's about getting people using the chain. So I think it's a combination of a high-level strategic framework, understanding the different industry verticals where we might be able to win, and understanding the individual projects and founders who might be able to help Cardano win.
All right, well, that is our time here for today. So definitely thank you so much for showing up. Please come to Intersect, come get involved. GMC is meeting weekly, so we've got plenty of time to work these things out. And if the survey goes back up, please make sure to scan that.
All right, lunch is served, everybody. Let's go eat.
Give us one moment.
Testing, testing.
Okay.
We'll give you a soft intro.
Oh, okay, cool.
Test, test.
Yeah. Did you say could I doing an intro?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing an intro? Yeah. Small one. I'll hand it off to you.
Working. Check. All right, everybody, how you guys doing? Having a good day so far? How was the lunch? Raise your hand if you hit a ball already. We got one. One brave soul. All right. Well, we're very excited to get the programming started again here after lunch. We got an amazing panel and moderator here, all with Intersect. Raise your hand if you all know Intersect. Okay, yeah, only a couple people don't know. So, and I got all the stragglers that are coming in now, but I'm just going to hand it off right away to Jack here, and he'll introduce the Intersect board and get the segment started.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Killer. Oh, these mics are much better from this morning. That's super loud. Okay. Hi, everyone. I've got my moderator notes up today because there's a lot of experience on the panel, and I'm going to forget that experience. So yeah, welcome everybody. I'm pleased to be moderating today. We're here joined by 3 of the board members and also Murasaki, who's a long-term contributor and been around from the very, very early days in the Japan region, who's going to be talking a little bit more about Japan and participation in general there towards the end. So a little bit about me. I'm Jack Briggs. I'm the interim executive director here at Intersect. And over the past few months since taking on the role, my job has really been trying to get Intersect to being a bit more leaner, a bit more focused, and responsive to the community, bringing us back into focus, really. So that's been my main principal task, and some of that has been evidenced by the 39 withdrawals that we've seen on chain, which was a direct response to the community to do that and have that granularity. So I'm glad we did that, and there's a long road ahead. And I'm also actually, just before we do that, hot off the press, I'm really pleased to see that we have now crossed our threshold for our proposal. So we're now we've got 1 hour for the boundary. So it's good. Thank you for everyone. I do appreciate the support. Thank you. We've had a ton of support, and Chris, you've been great as well. So I need to chat to you afterwards. Thank you. Okay, so listen, I'm joined by the board today, and I want to do a couple of quick introductions for them on their behalf. So Adam at the end here is an academic, very long-term community contributor with deep experience in how people self-organize and build effective digital communities. Then we've got Kavinda next to Adam, who is a pioneer for blockchain adoption in South Asia, particularly in Sri Lanka, where he's led both innovation and grassroots education efforts. And then our chairman here, Professor Stephen Lupian, he brings decades of policy experience and institutional perspective, and in fact testified globally on blockchain regulation and digital assets, which I did not know. So. And then we are lastly here with Murasaki, who I said, long-term standing contributor in the Japan region in particular, but also more broadly in Cardano from the very, very early days. And we're here from Murasaki towards the end. All right, let's kick off because we haven't got a great deal of time. So let's start with you, Adam. I just wanted to ask you today, you've spent years studying and building decentralized communities. From your perspective, what's the biggest shift that Intersect needs to make or continue to make to really empower its members to lead? Not just participate, but in the future direction of Cardano.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jack. I think one of the great things about Intersect is that we are able to lean in on the levels of decentralization of Cardano. It was a very intentional choice when Cardano launched CIP 1694 that there would be a separation between DREPs, which would be the representatives of ADA holders for enacting policy, and also choosing the parameters of the Cardano blockchain, and the SPOs, who are the block validators. For a very long time, since the Shelley era, the SPOs had been the representatives of the ADA holders, and they had a veto on the founding entities, back when the founding entities had their Genesis keys, as to if the founding entities wanted to put out an update, they still had to get the SPOs to adopt it. And the SPOs were in charge of making the blocks. But it's not enough to just have the developers and the block validators or the miners, which is what we have in Bitcoin. And because we know that if you just have those two, you have a great system, but it might not ever change. You might just have a bunch of laser-eyed maxis who want to have it the ultimate source of value, which I love about Bitcoin, because those laser-eyed maxis will make sure that it doesn't ever change. But that's not what Cardano is supposed to be. Cardano is supposed to be an ecosystem for growth, an ecosystem for organizing the world. And so with Cardano, we allow people to also not just choose their block validator, the people who produce their blocks, but also choose their representative of who will have a good idea for policy and for the future of the ecosystem. And with Intersect, we are an MBO of members that we say, okay, we're going to engage with these DREPs. We're going to engage with the ADA holders who choose them. We're going to engage with the innovators who are building things on the blockchain. And we're going to have these conversations where we can come up with policies and proposals that the ADA holders and the DREPs might want to enact. And if we've done our job right, after we've had all these discussions that Intersect has facilitated, the DREPs and the ADA holders who have empowered them will say, yeah, that's a good idea, let's enact that. Or they might say, we don't quite feel that's the direction we want to go, and so let's send it somewhere else. And so with Intersect, that's the opportunity that we have. We can be that coordinating layer. We can be the place where the conversations happen, and we can just try to be that hub that really empowers people to do more.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And I think it's worth remembering we've had some really good success stories. Chang upgrade in September was the first time that we were launching into Voltaire, and we spun up a hardful working group. There was 50 different contributors on that, and 2 or 3 times a week. Building out ecosystem readiness. Are we ready to do a mainnet upgrade? And when we're doing mainnet upgrades, we're talking about a $30 billion market cap network. And when we're doing those upgrades, it needs to be well done. And so I think Chang was a good example of that. And then, of course, Plomin followed in January. So 2 massive upgrades, probably the 2 biggest upgrades in the last 2 or 3 years, I'd suspect, if not the whole of Cardano. Well, the last year. So yeah, we played a vital role there. Okay, Kavinder, just jumping to you then. You've obviously championed, as I said before, Cardano in South Asia. You also launched Intersect's first regional hub in the region. What surprised you most about building community-led infrastructure in emerging markets? And what can Intersect do, and more broadly Cardano actually, better to support these efforts globally?
Thank you, Jack, and thank you everyone for being here. I think when you start talking about emerging markets, I'm from Sri Lanka, so it's an emerging country in the South Asian region. So I think the thing that surprised me the most, honestly, I think is the eagerness or the readiness of the people there to embrace new technologies like blockchain through Cardano. I think that's what really surprised me, honestly. And I think, like you mentioned, when we launched the Coinstone Intersect Hub in Sri Lanka, which was the first one in South Asia, we weren't entirely sure how people were going to embrace it. And because Cardano came through Intersect to Sri Lanka for the outside world. And that's when it actually started showing up, and to see how the people were in this region engaging with things. So as an example, I would give you a very short one. The kind of enthusiasm the students, the entrepreneurs, the businessmen in Sri Lanka, as well as the region in South Asia as well, how they actually wanted to embrace this was something that really surprised me. Was when we did this inter-university blockchain hackathon. And very recently, and I was telling Steve about it as well, and we didn't expect to see how much of a response you're going to get, and within 3 days we had over 225 developers registering across 18 universities. And this was basically all to build on Cardano. And this was introduced through Intersect at the time when we were trying to get people to get involved in governance. And just to say that Intersect is such a new organization, and we have only been around for about just over a year, and we've done a lot within this year. So I think what really surprised me was the eagerness and the readiness of this region to embrace new technologies and to learn about it. And to answer your second point, which is, I think what are the things that we could really take out of this in terms of towards Cardano? I think mainly would be the fact that we should never really underestimate the grassroots communities when we meet them where they are, because that's where the change actually happens. So I think if we do that more through Intersect, the name Intersect is you bringing things together, bringing people together. So if you do that, I think Cardano will not just scale globally, but will also be deeply rooted in regions, in countries that it needs it the most. So yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And I mean, you've got a technical background with CoinCeylon, a state pool operator for a long time, and actually just more recently you met the president of Sri Lanka. Can you tell us anything about that?
Yes, so CoinCeylon has been in operation since 2021, and I mean, just to say a little bit about myself, so I've been in the Cardano ecosystem since its earliest days, but as a very silent supporter, and now as the founder of CoinCeylon as well as being in the Intersect board. So I think this is something that's worth mentioning, because when we started doing workshop series voluntarily in universities, trying to introduce the technology of Cardano through the universities onto the people. So one of the universities actually which partnered up with us to do these things was the president of the country was actually an alumni from that university too. And the kind of work that we've been doing to introduce blockchain to a country that has not done it before. So there was a lot of scams, a lot of things that were taking place which people are using the technology in a wrong way. So us coming into the fold meant that through Intersect, we're showing how governance works and how the constitution was being formed, and we were having these constitution workshops and things like that. So my conversation with the president actually involved all of the stuff that we were doing currently in Sri Lanka. And he was quite appreciative of it as well. And I was actually telling the fact that because South Asia is a region that is upcoming, we should try to focus to try and have some global Cardano events in this region as well. And he was very supportive of it. And he actually wanted to ask, do we do these things only in English, or do we do this in localized languages and stuff like that? And I said, yes, we are doing this in localized languages. That's one of the things that Intersect really focused a lot on earlier on, even to get the membership in, as well as trying to educate people about governance, how decentralized governance works. So we actually translated all of these content and things like that. So he was very, very appreciative of that and very supportive of the kind of things that we are planning to do in the future. So yeah.
Okay, nice. I mean, yeah, listen, there's so many opportunities for Cardano. Sometimes you just don't know where to look because there's too many of them. Okay, thank you, Kavinda. So let's move on to Stephen, who is, as I said, our chairman here at Intersect. So actually, Stephen, I wanted to get into a bit of detail with you, if that's all right. Intersect is going through an important shift, as I mentioned before. The board is now expanding from 5 members to 7. In the next couple of weeks, we'll have 4 elected members on the board, making that obviously a majority elected board, which is amazing. Big milestone. And at the same time, we're looking to confirm the appointment of a permanent executive director. And whilst the role I've been doing so far has been to bring Intersect back into stronger community focus, I think the board agree, and as do I, that it's the right time we formalize the leadership through a proper appointment, which I know the board are working through. Anyway, my question, Stephen, is as chair, how do you see the board and executive leadership working together, given your extensive background in both decentralized and institutional governance?
Thank you, Jack. Yeah, that's the challenge. One of the things I'm especially proud of is the skills diversity of our board members, and that's crucial to really moving Intersect forward. We've got folks here that are technical experts. I'm not. I'm a governance and really kind of a business building expert. I've been in this ecosphere a long time. I got involved in blockchain in 2013, so I'm not an OG. I'm OG adjacent is how I generally, and I launched my first blockchain program in 2013, where I got the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in the U.S. to accept the blockchain record-keeping program. So, best of my knowledge, I think I'm the first person to get a blockchain solution approved by the U.S. government. A year later, I launched a company called BeefChain, and we were hashing livestock records out of a blockchain, and I got that approved by the USDA. So I think I'm the first and second person to get a blockchain solution. But that's what makes our board so strong, and why I do encourage any of you that want to be a part of change to put yourselves forward for our 2 board seats. We want them from the community because we want a majority of the board to be from the community. And I think that's crucial for us, really understanding the needs of the community. My job as chairman is a little bit different than everybody else's. My job is around accountability, making sure the right team is in place, setting priorities, and quite frankly, making sure the lights are turned on. And the real heavy lifting, quite honestly, is the members of the board that are part of the community who are speaking with you all the time. And that's really important. We've finished our first year, and I think everyone will admit we had some highs and some lows. Is that a fair way of putting it? But you know what? We've constantly learned, and that's what I'm most proud of as chairman, is Intersect today is in a much, much better place than it was when I joined the board a year ago. And it's because of you in the community, and it's because of the executive team, who I hope you all know our executive team, Jack and Nick, wave your hand, and the board. And as a board, we want to be viewed as being approachable. Case in point, we have a board meeting tomorrow morning over in Caesar's Palace. Love to have all of you that are interested in seeing how the sausage is made join us. What is it, 8:30, 9 o'clock, right?
I think it's 9 o'clock. We'll send a tweet out later so anyone can join.
Right, so it'll be right on the floor, I believe, where all the festivities are happening. So, so if you really do want to see what we're doing and the issues that we're facing, and quite frankly, if you're thinking about coming forward and putting yourself forward to be on the board, this will give you a pretty good opportunity to see kind of what we're doing and what the dynamics are. And I'll close by saying, I serve on a number of boards, and I'm going to say this truthfully. This is the one I enjoy the most, because we really do have a board and an executive team that are really working towards one goal, which is empowerment of our community. And and that's truly unique. And so we want you to participate. We need you to participate. So please join us. Please consider coming forward for those 2 board seats. And
Four.
Oh, 4. Oh, yeah. That's right, because there's election of 4.
Yeah.
2 new ones on top of the
yeah.
2 that we had. Sorry about that.
Or you can unseat Govind and I. We are up for re-election, so we're a fair game.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, please, this is, I'll leave it with, every organization has challenges. And there's especially a member-based organization because, you've heard the old herding cats. Okay, that's kind of what we do. But, you're the community and you understand the issues better than anybody. So come forward and be part of the change, not part of a problem. So we really would like to see you come forward. I'd love to see a vigorous election for board members, because that means we have an engaged membership, and that's what I'm especially proud of.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. I suspect that we will have a pretty competitive board elections, which is super exciting. I get a new set of bosses, which is nice. Yeah. And Stephen,
I'm up for election, am I?
Not this time, Stephen. We'll talk about that next year. But yeah, thank you, Stephen. And I just actually wanted to briefly touch on, I know you've been probably a bit modest with your board experience, but you've served on S&P 500, right? And then can you talk anything more about sort of the experience in how that sort of legacy corporate governance works, and then how we're trying to do things differently here?
And quite honestly, what I did in these Fortune 100 companies was I almost always led new product development. So that's where my mind goes. I'm a guy that you tell me something, and what's going on in my head is, okay, how do we make money off this? How do we commercialize this? How do we move the ball forward so that everybody involved wins? I'm a huge believer in the stakeholder model. Success happens when all of your stakeholders benefit. And so, and what I teach at university, I'm at the University of Wyoming, which you all know is has done quite a bit in digital assets here in the United States. Frankly, that was my wife and I. By the way, she's much more famous than me, those of you who know who she is. And we spent nearly a decade getting Wyoming where it is today. And we're starting to see a lot of benefit from that. IOG is domiciled in Wyoming. Kraken is domiciled in Wyoming. About 5,000 digital asset companies are domiciled in Wyoming because we've created a regulatory environment that's permissive. You know, interestingly, of the 50 laws we passed in Wyoming, none of them say you can't do this. Every one of our laws says this is what you can do. And that's a big difference, especially those of you that know the challenges we've had in the last 10 years in the US.
Yeah.
And I think I'm starting to sense that pushing the rock up the hill is kind of starting to bring some benefit now. Washington is changing their tune a little bit. But we've got a lot of work to do. And I think Intersect, Cardano, and this community can really be the drivers of that change.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so let's jump to Murasaki now. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, can you hear me? Yeah? All right. Okay, so Japan is obviously very well known as a region to Cardano. It's got a long, long history. The ICO was way back then in 2015, 16?
2015, actually, yeah. That's where it started.
And Murasaki, you've been around for a very long time, and I guess what I wanted to ask you today was, what have you learned about community motivation, participation in Japan? What do you think some of the challenges and opportunities are to ensure that Cardano continues to represent its global community, and in particular, you know, the Japanese community?
Sure, thanks, Jack. So as you shared, because Cardano started in Japan with this governance in place, you know, Japanese community once again has become crucial part of decision making. I think at some point, maybe still is, Japanese DREP accounts for 20%, roughly 15 to 20% of all the active stake, so which is significant, right? So the first thing came up to my mind is the language barrier, to get every holders to know, you know, this is happening, and you know, active participation, whether it's going to be abstain because they don't know anything about this, or yes, no, or delegating to DREPs is most important thing. So I think Japanese community, mainly, I just want to say huge thanks to Utah. Utah had like many community-led event, bringing all the DREPs together and debate very, very early stage before Ecclesia, or way before that. They started to share their idea between all the DREPs. But not only Utah, Socials has done the same thing. So I think overall, I think Japanese community did the right things to get this governance up and running. But there's one tendency I observed is that because ADA holders are quite distant from, I guess, people in this area, very passionate, knowing everything about Cardano, but ADA holder generally, I think they just want to see the success of Cardano. And I think the translation of that is price appreciation of ADA. And I think ADA holder don't really have a way to gauge which DREPs can achieve that, help to achieve that, right? So I think that's the gap need to be filled in. And especially Japanese ADA holder tend to delegate their ADA to their stake pool operator. But in reality, it might not be equal, right? Like stake pool operator might not be the best person who's going to make a decision for 30 billion blockchain. So there's another really good community initiative introducing overseas DREPs to Japanese ADA holders. That's already happening. So I think the mindset of Japanese holder is, okay, I'm Japanese, so I should be delegating to Japanese DREPs, but that's not equal, right? So there's less chance that liquid democracy is going to be achieved unless further education will be provided to wider Japanese community. And I think this may be something that Intersect need to consider, you know, hosting more educational workshop, introducing more overseas DREPs that is going to achieve ultimate vision of Cardano to Japanese ADA holders, so that ADA delegation can move around and optimize to right DREPs that is going to take Cardano to where it needs to be.
Yeah, I know. I agree with all of that. I've been to Japan a few times, luckily, and I've seen it firsthand. And I think you mentioned this to me before, but the demographic is very different with the original sort of first ADA holders in Japan. I think that really is a thing that you guys recognize. Obviously, I recognize, and I think it's just quite interesting how stark that is compared to other parts of the world. And also, recent in Japan, we talk about legislation and regulation. The taxes have not been clear, or the tax regulation has not been very, how should I say, conducive for participation in Japan. You can talk anything about that? Any news that are coming up with Japan and regulation?
So speaking of taxation, like Japan has really terrible crypto tax. So every crypto tax gain is considered to be income. So if you are earning, say, I don't know, 200K, and on top of that you have appreciation of your crypto 200K, then all of a sudden
no tax on crypto in Wyoming.
That's what we need to learn, I guess. But you get ultimately you got up to 55%.
No income tax either.
Okay. I need to move. I need to move to the U.S.
Yeah.
But I think that's actually a good. I wouldn't say good, but a lot of ICO holder won't be able to liquidate their ADA because their acquisition price is so low, like even less than 10 cents, and then ADA price is now like 75 or 80 cents. So the moment they sell any amount of ADA, they get 55% tax. So they are sort of looking to have the Japanese taxation reform by a Democratic Party. I think it's going to take place on 2027.
Okay.
That's probably when ADA, the initial ICO holder will have a chance to sell their ADA into Japanese yen, then ADA goes to other people's hand.
Yeah.
So we might see a rather leveled distribution of ADA.
Okay. Yeah.
In year 2027, I guess.
All right, thank you, Murasaki. That's good. All right, we've got a couple of minutes left. I just wanted to go around the board.
I was going to ask.
Well, we could ask questions.
I was going to say, does
Could
anybody
do.
have any questions of us before we go around the board? Okay, I guess
I'll watch out for hands. But in the meantime, I was going to go around and ask the board a sort of simple question. If there's one thing that Intersect could do in the next 12 months, now that we've got our funding, what would that one thing be?
The thing I'm looking the most forward to is seeing the product committee do their workshops for the vision and strategy. I think that that's going to be key. I think that we need to have a unified set of principles that we're looking forward to as a community. We need to have feedback from all the ADA holders around the world, so we know, from the communities that have the least and need it the most to those who have the most and are looking for what they can do to help. Where are we now? What are we looking for in the future? And what is the vision of the Cardano community?
Nice. Thanks, Adam. Kavinda, same to you.
Yeah, I think the first year, like I said initially, since it's a pretty new organization, this year has been about pathfinding and trust building. And I think for the next 12 months, in my opinion, where Intersect should be focused on is trying to simplify governance as well as getting more people to get involved. You and everybody here, if you're not an Intersect member, become one. Learn what's going on. Make it a place where it's an entry point onto Cardano. So learn about things, get involved in governance. So making governance a little bit more simplified and a little bit more fun to engage with as well. So I think that will be something that I would want us to focus in the next 12 months.
I'm going to be brief. I know that'll surprise you. Two things really in what I want for Christmas is a permanent executive director, and I think that'll add a lot of stability and continuity to what we do. And we need to listen. That's our job. As a member-based organization, we exist because of you, and so we need to use our ears more than our mouth and really understand what the needs of the community are and make sure we have the processes and the tools and the structure and the people to accomplish what you want us to accomplish.
Thanks, Stephen. Murasaki.
No problem.
I think increasing Intersect has done, I think, amazing job because this is the first year. I think everyone had a high expectation everything is going to function perfectly. But like the result that we are about to see is, almost 30 or if not more than 30 projects is going to be funded by community effort. Everyone is plugged into this, whether they are delegated or DREPs. I think it's just, we just witnessed phenomenon. This is really amazing thing. And I think from the second year on, as Kavinda said, I think a lot of people are find governance like a process, but if you look at the other side of it, I think we need to make it as entertaining as possible, so everyone has more eager to jump in and bring the voice. So I think that's something that Intersect can work on, make it more fun, make it more engaging and entertaining.
All right, thank you. If there are any questions, do throw a hand up. We're about, I think, half an hour away from the epoch boundary, which, as Murasaki pointed out, I think about 26 or 27 proposals are going to cross the line this epoch, which is amazing, phenomenal. I think we'll get to 30 or so, give or take. There's 2 more epochs left before the actions expire. So anyway, there's lots have been funded, and I'm really, I was blown away actually by the participation by DREPs when we submitted those 39 actions. So yeah, thank you to everybody that has voted on everything and whatever way you voted. Thank you for participating. Nico, I think you had a question, yeah?
Yeah, hi everyone. I think, first of all, it's a great session. Thank you for making yourself available and for doing this. My question to the board would be, how often or in what kind of way do you assess the necessity of the different committees? So their remit, is that something you do on a yearly basis, or how does that work?
I'll let Jack come over the top of it. Believe it or not, that's one of the things that we're looking at right now. Is, do we have the right committees? Are they structured properly? Do they have effective missions and visions? Are they empowered? Interesting. I did mention it, but what we'll be discussing tomorrow is our 2 biggest priorities is the executive director and board reform. Committee reform. And so that's a great question. And now that we've got a year under our belt and we kind of, understand the lay of the land, now is the time to get everybody pointed in one direction and going.
Yeah, maybe just to quickly add, Nico, I think some of the conversations we've had over the previous couple of days around what are the challenges, the problems we have, a lot of them we're aligned on. I think that can help us when we start agreeing on a strategy for Cardano for the next 3 to 5 years, and we're doing that with the product committee, as mentioned before. Then it starts to go, okay, well, where are we weaker in representation? Do we need coordination? I mean, we have to ask ourselves that question too. How much coordination does Cardano want and need? Knowing that I'm a cypherpunk, that's my ethos, so I want to have the leanest level of coordination, but also understanding we do need some. So committees fall within the sort of overall strategy for Cardano, and where do we want to shoot for? What are we doing? So yeah, to back on Stephen, it's actively worked on, and I think it's going to be constantly agile and iterative, right? I don't know if anyone else wanted to jump in on that.
I would just agree with that. Looking at where have the committees been empowered, where have they found a good connection with the community?
Yeah.
I'll go back again to the product committee and how they brought a proposal to the community for doing these workshops for finding the vision, and they have had an incredible amount of response from the community saying, like, we want to work with you. And that's what I want to see, is committees that work hand in hand with the members of the community and sort of, help, sort of, like I said, bring those conversations together. And anytime we can find that, that's the way we want to work with our committees. And anytime we find a committee that is struggling with that, we want to try to say, how can we reframe things so that you feel empowered and that you know that you can go to the community and be effective in that way.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I know we're probably just over time, and I might get shot in a minute, but I don't know if there's time for one more question, if there is one. No? I'm sorry, James. I'm sorry.
We'll see you afterwards.
Yeah, my bad. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At 2 o'clock, we will have our model governance panel. So that will be a mock trial, essentially, but in the form of Cardano governance. So be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, guys.
very dehydrated right now.
Oh, that's part of it.
It's day 3 in Vegas. Or 4.
I got 2 hours of sleep last night.
Oh man, it was like I woke up this morning. I was like, why do I do this to myself?
Every time I have a thing like.
Vegas and me don't mix, or too well.
Exactly. I was about to say it's too well.
Too well.
Mixed too well. You know, it gives you that.
Oh, it makes you feel good.
Yeah, I feel great. You're like,
Yeah.
wow, I'm not tired.
So you
I don't
keep
need
going.
to know what the time it is.
Did you try casinos?
Lost my ass a couple times.
I made 250 in craps, and then I lost 300 in roulette right after that. Very good.
Yeah, I will try maybe tonight or
Alright. I'm always down. It's fun, especially like towards the end of the night. Doing it too early, I think, is a risk. Yeah.
Why so?
Because then you end up like wanting to win and like staying, doubling down, and you're aggressive. And at the end of the night, you're like, I'm tired. Just stay calm. At least that's my rationale.
For absolute beginner, like what do you recommend? Blackjack, like slot machines?
I mean, for a beginner, I would recommend whatever is a low table limit. So like 25 is a pretty high limit, 50 high, right? So find something that's like 10 or 15 table-wise. And they're usually the tables in the back, not in the like center area. And then the slot machines, so you spend $100, do some slots. I try to pick the slot machines that A, don't smell like a cigarette, and B, have a very cool bonus. Like I want to be satisfied. With,
Yeah.
like, you know.
Just the visuals as well.
There's
yeah.
like a King Kong one that's pretty good. It's
Oh,
like, like grows the reels. It's cool. It's got, even if you make like $1 on the bonus, at least you like enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do you make money from slot machines? Like, is
Some people. Some people.
True random. But I like the tables better. I like roulette. It's easy and it's like low effort.
Yeah.
And
But
it's
you
pure
can-
random.
but you can lose it the fastest.
Oh, it's the fat. Well, I just do black or red. That's it. Black, red, black, red. Now look at the numbers. And if it's like 7
Test,
in a row
test.
black, then I'll go red.
Dude, I went to a table. They had 9 blacks in a row. You could tell they were all just like.
Hey, everybody.
Lost their money.
How you guys doing? How's everybody doing? You ready for some model governance? Yeah. Who likes governance? Oh, yeah. All right. Well, we're going to get it kicked off. Right now, we'll have 2 panels. This is our first panel. We'll get right into it. And if Maggie, if you don't mind, sharing a little bit about.
Yeah, absolutely. So the model governance session simulates Cardano's on-chain governance process, showcasing how governance actions are proposed, discussed, and ratified by the Constitutional Committee, the CC, delegated representatives, DREPs, and stake pool operators, SPOs. Today we'll have 2 30-minute segments featuring 3 participants, 1 CC member, 1 DREP, and 1 SPO, role-playing their governance responsibilities. So a note to all audiences, this is just a simulation for educational purposes. None of this here should be considered endorsements or official positions or real things that are happening because they may or may not be controversial.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. This is just a simulation we're all trying to experience. We want to let everybody know what actually it takes to do governance actions with the 3 bodies that we have. So with that, we have, as a CC member, we have Sarah Yoon from the Cardano Japan Council. And we have Alfonso, also known as Epoch, representing the stake pools. And Chris O as a DREP, known as Chris O. So, the first action that we're going to be discussing here and getting all these 3 folks' opinions on is to adjust the parameter, a protocol parameter change. So that's this specific action type is a protocol parameter change. And what the specific protocol parameter that's being changed is the gov action deposit. So this is the parameter that requires people to put up the ADA in order to actually make that action occur Right now it's set at 100,000 ADA. And so this action that we're going to be discussing is the action to change it from 100,000 to 50,000 under the rationale by the proposers that this actually lowers the barrier of entry, allows for easier governance, allows for more accessible governance. And it is also worth noting that there is a guardrail that is put in place that allows this particular parameter to be anywhere from 1 to 10,000 to, 10 million ADA? Is that right? 10 million ADA? 10 million is the top, 1 is the bottom. That's the guardrail script right now. So, and all this is on the preview gov tools. So if you're interested, you could go to preview.gov.tools and you can follow along on your own phones. And it is also worth noting that the threshold requirements for this particular governance action is 51% for SPOs, that's the voting threshold, 75% for DREPs, that's the voting threshold, and for ZC is 67%. So, if everybody's with me here on what it is that we're discussing, what this action is, we're all good? Yeah, of course. Awesome. So let's hear from our actual government. What do you guys think? We'll start with Chris. Chris, let us know from a DREP perspective. First, let people know maybe a little bit about you as a DREP and how you would approach this and what you think your role as a DREP for this action is.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks. So Chris O, DREP with the community. When I look at something like this, like a proposal like this, I have to go back to, I guess, my first principles as myself and how I view how governance on Cardano should work with the mandate that I have. So when I became a DREP, I put forward, this is my position paper. This is what I stand for. These are X, Y, Z, the categories, and these are the parameters that my philosophy for is, like, and how I view Cardano and how I would like it to go forward. This is who I am, essentially. This is what I think. If you're cool with it, you delegate with me. If you don't, no problem. If you do delegate with me, I'm going to be consistent with what I told you. And when there's a situation, whatever it may be, where there needs to be clarity or I need to vocalize my thoughts on it, I do that beforehand. And so when a proposal like this comes to me, I look at it through that lens because it's about being consistent with what I said I would do and what I said I stood for. And then I vote relative, or not relative, but absolutely with what I said I was going to do. So if I'm fiscally conservative and I say I'm fiscally conservative, then I'm going to vote fiscally conservative. So to something like this, so dropping 100K ADA to 50K ADA, for me, the way I look at it is, does this allow more participation in the protocol? Does this make us more decentralized? And in my view, it does. Because in a bear market, if ADA is 30 cents, what is 100 ADA in fiat terms, right? But what happens if the next bear market, the bottom is $1? So what's 100 ADA? It's $100,000. And does that allow anyone in the community that's vested, or even a small project that has value to add, that wants to propose something, does that allow them to do that? Potentially not, right? Whereas at the inverse, not the converse, but the flip side of it is, I don't want the system to be spammed, like without no barriers to propose. As a DREP, I would look at hundreds, right? Because there's no cost to it. And just by limitations, you're going to miss something that's valuable when you're sifting through all the nonsense that may be put forward. So it's important to have a barrier, but a reasonable barrier. And I think 100K was a good starting point, but after experience and after we've gone through this a couple of iterations, I think 50K is much more reasonable. So.
Definitely, thanks for that. Yeah, give it up. Epoch, from the operator's perspective, what's the technical operational challenges of this? What would the stake pools have to say about this parameter change?
Well, I think I'm going to give a surprising answer. I don't want to answer. I would prefer the CC member to go first as a SPO, the back line, the line that makes sure that this protocol and infrastructure continues to run. So I'm not going to vote first. I would never do such a thing. So I'm curious if we can transition to the CC member, if that's all right.
Sure. So hi everyone, my name is Sarah, and I'm representing Cardano Japan Council. So we are composed of 5 members. All of us are either Cardano ambassadors or Cardano community leaders or Intersect hub managers, etc. So we have been in the ecosystem for a long time. And how do we approach this kind of question? And our approach is probably the opposite of what DREPs do, like Chris does, because we're all human beings and we have our opinions on whether this governance action should pass or not. However, we want to suppress that subjectivity and go back to the Constitution and interpret whether this governance action is constitutional or unconstitutional. And this is not about like whether we want the governance action to pass, but what the Constitution says about the procedures. Does the governance action actually follow the procedures that are set by the Constitution? Does the governance action respect the guardrails that are set by the annex of the Constitution? So in this case, we would basically read the whole Constitution again to make sure that we cover all the articles and clauses that concern this part of protocol parameter change. And then we go through that. Hello? Yeah. We go through it and make sure that the governance action is within these guardrails. And in this case, it's between 1 and 10 million ADA. So the change is, in this particular part, it's constitutional. But we would actually look at other articles that could relate to protocol parameter change and make sure that there is no loopholes and make sure that that no part of the governance action violates any part of the Constitution.
Great, yeah, give it up. So with that, Epoch, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Epoch Pool. I'm technically a SPO and a DREP, but I'm going to talk as a SPO today. And I think the SPO role is somewhat in between these two roles, because as a SPO, I have my own individual perspectives on what I think we should be doing as a blockchain. But at the same time, I have a duty to the delegators of Epoch Pool and to all delegators of Cardano to make sure that this chain grows, that it is not attacked in a way that creates irreparable harm. So I want to make sure that the attack vectors that we create or change or modify are not getting to a threshold at which I deem it risky, right? You talked about spamming on the chain, and I think that's the biggest concern, is that you can decrease these governance, this threshold amount to the point when tons of people can make requests. And that is not only going to require more time of the CC, but more time of the DREPs and more time of the SPOs, and a lot of social discussion, which also we've learned takes quite a lot of time. and energy, actually, to really get through these things. So I want to make sure that the threshold is quite high, so that we can enforce a protected environment. So I do want people to be heard, but I also want to protect the chain at all cost. So I kind of look at this in a more hesitant capacity. You know, I think I would look at how is it functioning today, right? Are we having trouble moving ourselves forward right now? And if your answer is, well, no, we're not having trouble, then I would say we don't need to reduce the amount. Because there are so many ways of getting funding. There's even groups that are willing to front that 100,000 if it makes sense to them in their grouping, right? So just because, you know, a single member might not have this amount doesn't mean that they can't have an idea that's so good that they can get the support needed for those funds. And we saw that with the 39 proposals and people willing to put up money to cover any fees. So at 100,000, I'm pretty comfortable, and you know, I think that's a good line to hold.
Great, give it up. Yeah, so with that, so it sounds like now everybody's heard a little bit about kind of how you guys view your role, what it is that your duty is to the Cardano ecosystem. Curious if there's any other lingering thoughts that you'd like to share, and then maybe if there's some questions from the audience I'd like to hear. But if you guys have any, Chris, if you have a thought.
Yeah, absolutely. So, great conversation already. So very appreciative of my peers, and I agree with everything everyone said. I guess what I want to highlight is, you know, founders and projects, you know, and large enterprise entities, right? They have access to resources that enable them to have the 100K ADA deposit, even if it's not theirs, for example. But what I don't want to do is exclude any ADA holder that wants to participate in governance and propose a governance action. And the analogy I'll use is that in a past life, I was in the military, right? And we used to have a saying, you know, sometimes the best ideas come from the private. The youngest guy, he's been in like 2 seconds, and a good idea is a good idea. And so the same analogy applies to this, is what if there is an ADA holder, he only has 10K ADA total, because that's all he can have. But he has something of value to add to us as an ecosystem. How do we allow him to participate in this? And he doesn't know anybody, he doesn't come to these events, he doesn't, he's not on social media or anything like that, but he cares deeply about Cardano, and he wants to propose this idea that he believes, or that the person believes, will improve us, and it does. How do we make sure that we receive that, at least to consider? And so that's my thought on that.
Great. Yeah, if you guys have any other thoughts, otherwise we'll just do a quick vote, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? Like, we want to make sure that, you know, all the good ideas are heard. But I think that's where the community can step in, right? We can look at, you know, temperature checks. You know, it doesn't cost anything to put, you know, polls out there and see what kind of reception that idea has in the community, right? So I think even if it's a small guy with a small bag and they have a great idea, they still need to follow the same route that we expect, right? Especially from the CC side, right? Like, you want to see some temperature checks, you want to see some information, and ultimately want to get to the treasury withdrawal. So I'm confident that the Cardano community is strong enough that we can surface these gems, and we can get the right number of eyes on them, so that it's not just the institutions that are driving, you know, the things we vote on. But I do think that that's the challenge that we have as Cardano, and it's kind of what makes us great, right? It's that friction of how do we protect ourselves and continue to innovate at the same time? How do we listen to all these small ideas but keep going on the most important ideas? So I would say we need to stick up for the little guy, and we need to hear those ideas and create those forums and push those people, give them the tools and support. But you know, as a SPO, you know, I need to see, you know, really overwhelming data and evidence to change certain parameters. And I am conflicted, I'd say, because, you know, if you follow me on social media and Cardano over coffee, I love to talk about tuning the parameters. You know, like we built this car and there's all these knobs and we're sitting here staring at these knobs. Like, someone needs to turn the knob. Like, you can't just look at it and be like, should we turn it? I don't know. He said the manual says it shouldn't turn it. He's like, I really want to turn it. You know, like, I don't know.
I really do.
So we need to find this healthy middle ground of tuning parameters and being comfortable putting these things to vote. And, you know, I think if it's a smaller move, I get way more comfortable with it, right? So if we're talking about 100 to 80, you know what? That's a comfortable turn of the knob. I would say, you know what? If y'all are excited about it, I'll back it, because it's still in a threshold that I don't think we're creating a huge risk surface. But if it's a big turn, then I might push back. That's my thought anyway.
Sarah, do you have any
Sure.
last thoughts?
Just to echo what my peers said, I think there are great ideas in the community, and we encourage everyone to participate in governance. And our role is not to block any of these ideas. And it's sad to see sometimes there are great proposals, but there was some like small procedural thing that we have to say it's unconstitutional. Maybe they forgot to attach metadata, and like metadata is like mutable, etc. So these are like small things that maybe our role is to maybe educate the community so that they can follow these procedural aspects of processes, so that the real discussions are actually among SPOs and DREPs, and we will just support that discussion. So like the last thing we want to do is like block great proposals because of that small procedural mistake. So that's something I think we can work more actively as CC members from now on. That there are sometimes proposals that are misinformed about the procedures on the Constitution, but something we can work on to educate the community so that this will never happen.
Great. So with all this great discussion, this important parameter that we all are taking a good look at, especially now with the treasury withdrawals, these are becoming real. So in this simulation, though, for the change, the parameter change to adjust the GovAction deposit parameter from 100,000 ADA to 50,000 ADA, I would like to get just one by one a yes, no, abstain. I believe those are the three options that we all have. Chris, yes, no, abstain?
I would vote yes.
Epoch?
No.
Yes.
All right, great. And so with that, we have time for a couple questions. There. I'll get one question here.
So, hello, my name is Kinetic. I come from Norway. Parameter change is probably one of the most scary one that we have. We actually do fundamental change. I know we have the knobs and they're shiny and everything, but as a DREP, stake operator, and CC, what kind of external resources do you have to lean on to figure out if the decision is right? So imagine lowering it to 50K, we might get like 1,000 budget proposals during a very short time. We will basically DDoS the governance body. So how would you guys figure that out?
No, great question. So as it stands, and so I'll answer this in two ways. As it stands, and what I would love to happen in a perfect scenario with additional resources. So as it stands, I would lean on my peers, my network within Cardano, so experts like other CC members, other SPOs, members and individuals that I know at different enterprises and entities within Cardano, and I would have that conversation with them in my role as a DREP. Give me knowledge, give me your feedback, give me your thoughts. What is your opinion? I would collect all of that as data, synthesize it, and then from that, deduce all the points, and then make a decision from that. So that's as it stands now. In a perfect world, we have some tooling where there's a dashboard, right? And a lot of that is automated. So I can look on the dashboard and there's scoring and there's that. It's a grade A proposal. These are the effects of the proposal. Like, so there's scenarios where if this parameter changes, this is the potential outcome, or these are the possibility of potential outcomes. That would be a great to have, not a nice to have. But in the absence of that, relying on the community, essentially. And having, as a DREP, having the humility that I'm not going to know as much as I need to know to make decisions on everything. I'm not an expert of everything. I'm not a developer. I'm not a software engineer. And so it's my duty to go seek out the experts, get their feedback, receive it, and then make a decision on behalf of my delegators.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think from my perspective, I'm going to look at it purely from a security perspective. This parameter is critical. I think to the stress, the load, the amount of social discourse that has to happen to get to an answer. Many people are doing this part-time. There are some of us that have the luxury of being full-time and, perhaps work at some of the founding entities, but a lot of people don't. So I think we need to be sensitive to that, and we need to have a system that, works with it. So I would probably want to come out early as a no and be very vocal about it in a professional way, but giving people the opportunity to say, hey, Epoch, you're wrong, and it is because of this, and here's the evidence. I'm willing to be, I'm willing to change my mind, 100%. I just think it helps when people put the stake in the ground and say, this is where I'm at, right? I am in a position that I need to be pushed over. I am. I'm expecting you to send me a DM. I'm expecting you to corner me near the bar, buy me a drink, and say, you're wrong. So, I'm going to do what I can to protect the chain.
I'll order the top shelf right over there.
All right, everyone give it up for our panel of governance body. All right, so we're gonna turn around. We're gonna have another round of this. So we're just gonna turn this around and get a few more up here again and do this once more. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So we'll see you in a second. All right, everybody, we're about to start the second round of model governance for Cardano. So if you guys take your seats, this one is a doozy. This one you might find interesting. So I don't know if all right. So if everyone would like to follow on, you can scan that QR code. So this particular action is a hard fork initiation. So people might have heard of hard forks before. And this particular hard fork is a hard fork to deploy a new node software version with critical upgrades, but that modifies the ledger logic to increase the maximum supply of ADA from 45 billion to 50 billion ADA. I'm already hearing some jeering in the audience. So the idea of this is, this is just a simulation, guys. This is just a simulation. But in this in this simulation, we've gone to this point where we're at this point where people are deliberating. The rationale is that it will boost, that this is critical upgrades to this version 11, but it also comes with a new administrative fund that is funded by this increased 5 billion ADA. And so for this particular action, the voting thresholds for DREPs, 60%. The voting threshold for SPOs, 51%. The voting threshold for CC, 67%. So with that, we'll do one more round of, if you guys can do some intros and maybe just a little bit about how you in your role. Well, first let's just go one by one and introduce each other, and then we'll dive into it. So, go ahead, Cash.
Hey everybody, I'm Cash, founder of a Cardano dev studio as well as a DREP and ecosystem participant. I've been here for about 5 years now, and I'm scared. This question is scary. Oh boy.
So Cash is here as our DREP, and then you guys might find this face familiar.
Yeah, you have Epoch here again. I'll give you the doxing. My actual name is Alonzo, like the hard fork. So I thought it'd be good to know for this question. And I'm also the founder of Cardano over Coffee, a daily Twitter space where we talk about stuff like this. And this is a doozy. I have thoughts.
Hi everyone, I'm Mike. I'm part of the Cardano Atlantic Council. I'm an average, everyday, normal guy who just ended up being in the CC somehow. Yeah, I'm also the stake pool operator of Able Stake Pool, but hear me out, don't panic. I abstain on every governance actions, so you can cut the conflict of interest conversation.
I don't buy it.
Awesome. Well, we're going to have some interest and some conflict here, maybe with this action. So now that we know a little bit about you guys and where you're coming from in terms of what's your role in the Cardano government, Cash, let's start with you. What are your thoughts? How would you approach this as a DREP?
So my initial thoughts is no, like right away. Like it's really hard for me to see any conclusion other than no. Like most of the people who entered this ecosystem, they entered it knowing what they were getting into. As soon as you change the max supply, you completely change the philosophy, what we all decided to get into. It's not the same ethos that we started with, so it's gonna take a hell of a compelling argument to get me even close to thinking about approving something like this. I would need to know more about the administrative stuff and really weigh in with the people who delegate to me and see what they think as well, because that's also an important part of this process, is hearing out not just yourself but the people who support you as a DREP. So
what would it take? What would it take if people were saying that? Would you consider it as a DREP?
I don't think I could.
Yeah.
It's just my personal opinion. Like, once you change the max supply, you change Cardano forever. So I would vote no, probably forever.
Alonzo? Well, forever is a long time. We only have so much ADA, and maybe there's a realm where it makes sense to raise the supply. I'm not saying I would vote yes per se, but I would like to see the argument. I'd like to see, what are we doing with this ADA? Perhaps this ADA would increase staking rewards to, let's say, 17%. And maybe that would fuel, I don't know, 1 billion people joining the ecosystem. So I want to know, what's the plan? Give me the details.
Yeah, so I would say that I would probably abstain on this one, but because I'm the one who built this governance action. But if it wasn't me, it would be a straight no, and the reason is pretty simple, not opinion-based, because our constitution, Tenets 10, mentions specifically that the maximum supply should be 45 billion. So as a part of my job, I'm not supposed to vote according to my opinion, but only on the constitutionality of governance actions. So according to my constitution, or the present constitution, because it can be changed, I would vote against it. So it would be unconstitutional, in my opinion. But what if, you know, I mean, we have 21 minutes here. We're already at a fast no. So what if the proposal was to ratify the Constitution, to change this so that there was, let's say, a guardrail that would allow us to go up some percent? Well, technically,
as a CC member.
So yeah, the maximum supply is not an updatable protocol parameter, so you wouldn't be able to modify it through a protocol parameter change. So this is the reason why, if you want to modify the maximum supply, you do need to change the node software first, and you have to somehow convince all SPOs to get it and use it before you trigger the hard fork. So this would be like really hard and very unlikely to happen, in my personal opinion. But let's say this happened. I don't know. I would have to check first if they follow the rest of the Constitution. So, do they have a backup plan? Because it's a critical change, right? So yeah. So I would look to all these things. Also, I would hope that there some sort of benchmarking that has been done for this new version. And so that's one of the things that I would look at.
I'm still a hard no. You didn't convince me at all.
Well, you don't like the sound of Ada Classic?
No. Even with the increase in the rewards to the SPOs, like it incentivized the network by getting productivity on the network, right? We can build the treasury. We can do that through a treasury action instead of increasing the max supply. Like, let's earn it. That's my thing, is like, I don't want to just throw 5 billion more ADA into circulation because we want things. Like, let's go out and earn them as a community, and then we can, you know, build treasury actions. I signed the Constitution and forgot that that was part of it, and that's a very compelling argument as well. So,
well, you know, if I can add, it's, you know, it's part of our job. So let's say that, well, let's say that somebody changed the Constitution first, and we forget about the Tenet 10, and every single thing about this governance action has been respected. So they did benchmarking, they did socialization, which is really important, and everything has been done properly according to the Constitution. Then, even if I don't like the fact that we raised the maximum supply, as a CC member, I would be forced to use the only tool I'm available to use, and I would have to deem it constitutional. So it would be the role of DREPs and SPOs to vote according to their opinion or to their perspective on the security side of this governance action.
Yeah, the reason for this particular kind of thought experiment is we know many chains and even governments and treasuries from all over the world that will change their entire economic system, their tokenomics, go from deflationary to inflationary, change the supply, all those types of things. So it is, if we put ourselves, let's say, 100 years in the future, we now no longer have all the folks that were actually signing the Constitution that actually remember what this means, why it's important. Maybe they've forgotten. It's only written down in the, in the Cardano Federalist Papers, or what have you, from scraped from LLMs from X and from Medium articles, but it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that this particular type of problem could actually be faced with Cardano. So that's kind of what this discussion kind of is brought forth to make everyone think about this. What would that look like? How do we protect ourselves even for 100 years down the line, and how can we do this? So I think we can maybe open up to maybe a discussion, figure out where it goes, because we do have a little bit of time left. But let's just go down the line and get. You want to?
Yeah, I just want one thing. I think this is interesting. I actually really like this question because it makes you think really long term, like hundreds, 500, 1,000 years, right? And the node software is also interesting because, I mean, what happens if I go and I get, let's say I get, I call every single SPO and say, hey, let's get on this new node software. And every single SPO decides to adopt this new software, right? No governance actions, no anything. Can the SPOs not hijack the chain?
Yes, you can.
Exactly.
Absolutely, yes. So that's a misconception, and I like this one. It's a misconception to believe that the real holders of the power, if I can say it like that, are these SPOs. Because if they wanted to, and they would all get together, they can do everything they want with this chain. Not saying this could happen. We still have like over 2,000 SPOs. This is very unlikely to happen, but you have to understand that they are the backbone of our ecosystem, right? So they produce the blocks. So they can run whatever node software they want. So right off the bat, they could literally refuse to use this new node version. So in order to trigger a hard fork, if there's not at least 80% of them, or the ones who actually produce blocks, who do the upgrade, it would be very dangerous to trigger a hard fork, because then you would literally fork the chain. So you would have Cardano Classic and the new one. And so this happened before. We all know that. So, right.
We don't talk about that.
No, we don't.
Yeah, and so I guess would this be, in that instance you're talking about, this hypothetical, would that be considered a 51% attack if it takes 51% of SPOs? Is that kind of where you're getting at, that 51% of SPOs decided, could they, let's say there's somehow there's some sort of malicious software or something that's embedded in these things, people upgrade without knowing it, 51% go up, they increase the supply, take it out, steal some ADA, is like, could that?
Well, that's kind of the beauty of it, because in Voltaire, you can run the node software you want, but in order to do the change to the ledger rule, you still have to trigger a hard fork. So, and this hard fork now has to be voted by SPOs, CC, and DREPs. And I'm very confident that there's going to be some people out there that are definitely going to vote against that.
So I guess let's just go one by one. Yes, no, abstain. Starting with Cash, we'll go down.
It's still a no.
I still want the drink, but it's a no.
I guess I changed my mind, so it would be an abstain within my consortium, which are probably going to vote no anyway, because I'm one member out of 6 and we all represent one vote. But my personal vote within my consortium would be abstain, because I've built this governance action.
Got it. All right, and with that, let's open up for some discussion. If anyone, here we go.
Since we are among friends, we can spice this up a little bit, I think. So it says there that it was urgent that we need to do this hard fork. It says that Network Real PS is online for this. It probably, what was not mentioned here is that the chain will break in 50 epochs, you know. How will that change for CC, for example? You have both in the constitution, it's locked by 45, but you also have to think long time viability for the blockchain. And would that change your mine cache in regards to adding only 5? You know, it's not much.
I think for me, if anything, it could change, but for him, it really shouldn't change at all because it's still unconstitutional, right? Like that.
He has a priority.
What's the priority?
What priority?
So in this particular, you're saying that if this hard fork doesn't get initiated, you have that certain amount of time before the whole chain will break?
You have to prioritize.
The chain's helping held hostage.
Increasing the total supply versus the lightly.
Oh,
So you have to prioritize, you know, increasing the supply, which violates the constitution, and the long-term viability of the blockchain. That it will die in 50 epochs. You know, that's you have 2 things in the constitution that you need to.
Yeah, I need precisions on that. So it's going to die because the break will chain, or it's going to die because you.
Yeah,
you
it
speculate on
says
the
it will
price?
not be reliable anymore in this proposal.
Okay, so I would heavily question the fact that we're raising the maximum supply to fix something that introduced some kind of bug that's going to break the chain, and try to like stick it into a node update and have us vote yes on it. It would probably be unconstitutional, and I would reach out to some of the people I know and tell them like, why the, no, I can't swear, but why do you do that?
Any other, I thought, there.
Going to the hypothetical of getting together with your fellow SPOs and just making a change. Doesn't liquid staking in Cardano make that a death call for you? Because you're only good as long as you're staked, right? Delegated.
I got a few epochs to sort this out.
But isn't that one of the advantages of liquid staking? Because we don't have slashing.
Right.
But there is an incentive to follow the Constitution, keep the code correct, and keep the chain secure. Yeah?
No, I think you're right. I mean, but I think we've also seen a lot of stickiness with delegation, right? Obviously, there should be at some point that you say, you know what, I'm going to move my delegation. But you know, for example, you know, a lot of the epoch delegators, you know, we've met personally. We've done Zoom calls with all our delegators, and we've set forth a 10-year plus investment horizon approach. So most epoch delegators don't move. You can look at our, look at Pool PM, look us up, epoch. We don't drop below the threshold that we started with. And I think this is a funny hypothetical because anyone who's following this should absolutely leave without a shadow of a doubt. But I think the reality is that our delegators would most likely stick around and say, we have no idea what you're even talking about, much less a hypothetical or supply curve. We don't even how much is ADA right now? Yeah. That's going to be the question.
I mean, if I could answer that too, because, taking my DREP hat off, I'm also an SPO. So, for me, the biggest thing that we have in Cardano is like social mandates, right? Like when people decide to do something, that's usually what happens, and we decided as a community. So social enforcement is a huge part of all this. That's literally how we thought about the Constitution when we wrote it, right? Was how can we enforce things without having like a secret service of Cardano, you know what I mean, and arresting people? It's all social. So if somebody does something that you don't like or you disagree with, you find somebody that you do agree with. Same goes for DREPs, same goes for everything. That's why we have these nice evolving circles for CC members. Like we're able to get people out before it's too late, I think, and that's one of the beauties of how we set everything up. So
Amazing. Is there any last thoughts or question? No?
Do you not want 17% staking rewards? Cullen?
I'll abstain.
At what cost?
At what cost? Yeah. Oh shoot. I'm just the host. I'm not on the hot seat.
I value your opinion.
No, actually, his question was a very good one.
Yeah, yeah.
Because for SPOs, it's very different. So let's say he votes in a way you don't like, but he's your SPO, he's not your DREP, and you move your stake away, he would still have your stake for 2 more epochs. While for DREPs, it's instant. So if you move away your stake for DREPs, it's instantly off. You know, he loses this power, but for SPOs, it takes a little bit longer. So he would still have your power for 2 more epochs.
Good point.
He can do a lot.
All right, everybody. Well, with that concludes the Cardano model governance exercise. Everyone give it a round of applause for all our participants. We're going to take a short break, and then we have the Sovereign Wealth Fund session coming up shortly. Thank you, everybody. All right, everybody, we're about to start the next session here. If you'd like to take your seats. Come up in the front, fill it out. Let's get everybody in the seats. Let's get every seat filled. Come on in. This is what we're all here for. Exactly. Come on in, guys. Papa squat. Great. All right, there's a man that needs no introduction in this community. Everyone give a round of applause and a warm welcome to Charles Hoskinson.
Son, Hoskins' son. It has been over 20 years, and people still butcher my name. Hawkinson, Hoskins, Hawkins, Hoffman. I'm not Hosky, although I do know who Hosky is. Maybe 50% of 90% of the time. It's nice to have you all here. It's very hot outside. You notice that? Yeah, it's getting hotter too, but it's like building a city in the middle of the desert is probably not the best of ideas. But we have this amazing concept of a sovereign wealth fund, and I figured I'd just kind of frame it so that people can understand where it came from and why it's interesting and unique. Okay, so we have an on-chain treasury, and an on-chain treasury is passive, it's unmanaged, and it's yield-free, and it's mono-asset, single asset. So it's ADA, and there's about $1.8 billion worth of ADA, depending on the price of Cardano, in that vehicle. And so there's a natural question of, well, should we diversify or should we deploy that capital in ways that aren't just connected to building and marketing? So right now, when we access the treasury, we spend it. So we take the money and we give it to a builder. We take the money, we give it to a developer. We take the money and we give it to a conference. We take the money and give it to person X, Y, and Z to do service A, B, and C on behalf of the Cardano ecosystem. The challenge is that that model doesn't capture the creation of intellectual property. It doesn't capture VC investment. It doesn't capture the ability to grow the treasury. So the only way the treasury grows is through consumption, through more transactions in the system, or inflation. So by basically taking the block rewards and putting it in. But what happens when we have Midnight, which is actively launching right now? There's already 575 million night that's been claimed, and we have almost 28,000 redemptions, claims, which is a really amazing situation. Well, as Midnight operates on Cardano, it'd be nice if the treasury could have some night tokens in it. Kind of makes sense. Then everybody in Cardano is equally vested in the growth and success of that project. But what if there's a Midnight that launches every year, and we do that for 10 years? Then the treasury is going to end up with a huge pile of these not ADA assets. Well, how do we sell them? How do we rebalance the portfolio? Some are going to be big winners and we want to take some gains, and some are losers and we just want to offset. Who does that? So when we talk about executive function, which has been the term that we've had for the last few months, what we're really talking about is there's these collection of different things in the ecosystem, whether it be marketing, branding, and growth, or the budget function, or the roadmap function, or the treasury management function, where it may be sensible to discuss structures where you can delegate authority and have somebody have the ability to actually go beyond a passive, static, single asset treasury and move to a managed, active, multi-asset treasury that actually has yield. Now, the most immediate needs before us right now, I'd say, are two. One, we don't have enough stablecoin liquidity in the ecosystem. This is the principal reason why Circle and Tether ignore us. It's not personal. It's not like Circle and Tether wake up in the morning and say, you know what? Fuck Charles Hoskinson. I don't know, maybe Tether does. But no, they don't. They don't even care. And here's why. There's $190 billion in stablecoins deployed on Ethereum. 190 billion with a B. Does anybody know how much stablecoin volume we have currently? How much has been issued on Cardano? It's about 35 million. Okay? It's a rounding error for what they have deployed in other ecosystems. So when you go to Circle, when you go to Tether, and you say, we want you guys in our ecosystem, what they say is, well, sure. Well, here's the listing fee. But that's not just it. They're like, you're going to go mint like $250 million, $500 million, maybe $1 billion worth of this and deploy it, right? That's their expectation. That's what all the big guys do. Algorand did that. Swede did that. You know, all these guys that have it do it. And typically it's the governing foundation that deploys that. Ours has chosen not to pursue that end for a variety of reasons. That's fine, but not having that ability means that they don't even consider us. And they say, come back when your TVL's over $1 billion, and then we'll talk. But it's a chicken and the egg thing, because you kind of need a little bit of stable coin to be able to walk up your TVL. You know, these things kind of work hand in glove. So that's one issue. Well, we could construct a sovereign wealth fund and deploy homegrown stablecoins with it, like USDM and USDA and others, and then deploy them into our DeFi layer and create a yield. More importantly, by doing so, the numbers look a little better than 8% of our TVL at the moment. The other side is we have this emerging thing that's coming called Bitcoin DeFi. And Bitcoin DeFi is super exciting because it is an additive market, not a sum zero market. So what an additive market is that there's people from outside that come in. A sum zero market is, it's water in the same bathtub. It moves from one side to the other side. So sum zero is we have to steal somebody from Ethereum. We have to steal somebody from Solana. We have to steal somebody from Base. That's what Base has been doing, actually, the Cardano ecosystem. They go around to a lot of our builders and they say, we'd like to give you some money to migrate over and come to our chain. Happens all the time. Additive is they're outside of that normal ecosystem. So Bitcoin is an example of that. It's a lot of dry powder. There's trillions of dollars of value that sits in that ecosystem that has nothing to do with DeFi, because they couldn't do anything with DeFi until recently. It's a completely different ecosystem. So by having Bitcoin DeFi, it's bringing millions of new users. There's 550 million of them in the Bitcoin ecosystem. That's a pretty big pool of people into our ecosystem. And why Cardano? Because our technologies are so similar. They're UTXO, we're UTXO. They invented color coins, we implemented color coins. Our proof of stake protocol was actually derived from and based upon many of the principles of Nakamoto consensus and proof of work. So we're spiritual cousins in many respects. We're just kind of a little bit further along on the technology side. And also, we're the ones who work the hardest at trying to create a hybrid development model. So when you go to our presentations tomorrow, we'll talk a little bit about this, but when you look at BitVMX under the hood, we've actively worked at getting Aiken and Plutus to compile to Bitcoin script, which means if you write a Cardano smart contract, you also could be writing a Bitcoin smart contract running on Taproot. That's a very different world than the Ethereum virtual machine, which has a radically different development model. And the same for Solana, which is radically different. So actually, if you're a Bitcoin developer, you couldn't even care less about Cardano. You could still deploy and build things on Cardano to launch them into Bitcoin, which is a really good position for us to be in. So that adjacency, I think, gives us a unique competitive advantage, and it gives us the ability to bring many users into it. But just like the stable coins, you have prime the pump. So where does the first $50 million, $100 million, $200 million worth of Bitcoin come from to prime the pump to start a Bitcoin DeFi concept and get it there? So these are examples of things that you could put into the raison d'etre of a Cardano sovereign wealth fund. You could do other things like incubation acceleration and actually convert the equity of some of the ventures on Cardano into real-world assets, tokenize them using a Cardano standard, actually hold that in a sovereign wealth fund. The sky's the limit because you're going from passive to active. And the discussion of what active means is directly connected to your level of conservatism or risk appetite. So if you want to be very risky, you can embrace in risky things like venture capital. You want to be very safe, you just do stable coins or other things that are easy to convert, easy to deploy, and they have a lot of liquidity. So who decides? Well, when you talk about executive function, my view is that you always build things in pairs. You build first the
executive agency, so the sovereign wealth fund, but then also you build the audit and oversight at the same time. So you put a board of governors or some elected group of people, you pick those people, and then they deploy an administrator who actually manages the funds on behalf of the ecosystem. And then you put kill switches in. For example, I was talking to Sam. There's ways to modify the existing treasury contract that we have to recall the money if we're in a state of no confidence inside the system, and basically convert it to ADA. And the sky's the limit. It's called a cybernetic organization. This idea of taking some part of the organization, writing it into a smart contract, and putting it on chain, and some part of the organization and having it live in the legal meat space world. You have both of them together. So the purpose of this presentation is not to say we should do it one way or the other, but rather it's to introduce you to a group of people that have been thinking about this for a while and start the conversation. Should we construct a sovereign wealth fund to manage some subset of the on-chain treasury? Is that a good idea? Yes or no? And if it is a good idea, what are the terms and conditions behind it? And under what terms and conditions is it no longer useful to us and should be liquidated and turned off? It's a pretty simple conversation. And that's just one brick in the many bricks we have to build over the next 24 to 36 months, institutions we have to build. So we started with the big institutions, the Intersects and the Pragmas, these types of things, because they have the most important role. Bringing you all together, governance, support, budget, these types of things. But now we're past that, and those institutions are starting to get fully community controlled. They're starting to actually produce output. They've survived leadership changes, they've survived scandal, they've survived crisis, and they've come out the other side, and I'd argue to be much stronger than they were before. The Constitution's already in version 2. We're talking about updates to it. We're talking about how to change it, modify it. So now we're ready for the second order institutions inside the ecosystem. We're ready to start engaging with active treasury management. We're ready to start engaging with marketing and branding. We're ready to start talking about the product roadmap, client diversity, all kinds of things that are important, but they're not as fundamental as, let's say, the Constitution. And they're not as fundamental as governing organizations that bring and coordinate and get everybody together inside a room. So there's going to be a dialogue that happens, and members of the community are going to go at it, and maybe we decide this is a bad idea. Maybe we decide this is a good idea. The point is that we now have the right and ability to have the conversation about this. And should it be successful, one of the really cool after effects is that it will actually generate yield for the ecosystem as a whole, like a real sovereign wealth fund, which can be used to purchase ADA and donate back. So over time, it could end up becoming hundreds of millions to billions of dollars of value that's there on behalf of the ecosystem to be deployed on behalf of the ecosystem, just like a real treasury, which is a really cool concept if you think about it. And it really starts pushing Cardano towards that fiscal good sense and conservatism upon which we were founded, and also makes us start looking like a nation state. People treat you seriously when you have a piggy bank, and you have money you can spend, things you can do. It matters. So let me introduce Sam and Nick, and where's the other one? Sean. Yeah, there's Sean. Yeah, I was looking for Sheldon. Yeah, Sam, Nick, and Sheldon. Come on up. And they have some lovely things to say. And they're awesome guys. Here we go.
Hey everyone, I'm Sam, the founder of Frax. And I'll talk to you about stablecoins, which is very relevant to a lot of what Charles was talking about. So first things first, Frax has been around for a few years, and if you've participated in like DeFi, the Ethereum ecosystem, different ecosystems, you might have used Frax, and you might have actually used our decentralized stablecoin called the Frax Dollar. And I've actually been in the crypto industry for a while, and so I think there's been this sea of change with how people actually look at stablecoins, where I think originally, back in the pre-Terra. I like to say that's like the BC era of like stable coins. A lot of people thought that the holy grail of stablecoin design was the algorithmic stablecoin, right? This completely decentralized, has the best properties of like Bitcoin, ADA, these decentralized assets with no blacklist, but then it's also really stable to the unit that everyone wants to hold, the USD. And I think that after Terra, what actually happened in the collective consciousness of like the crypto industry and stablecoin founders and developers was that people started to realize actually the largest TAM of stablecoins, the total addressable market for the base layer of money, is actually not an algorithmic stablecoin, but it's actually the safest possible, a regulated, a fully backed, and a entirely like transparent stablecoin, I guess similar to USDC. However, one of the biggest things that actually happened recently is that the Genius Act actually was passed a few weeks ago. And raise your hand if you're familiar with the Genius Act. Like, oh, okay, perfect. I don't have to go too deep into it. So the Genius Act actually makes certain kinds of stablecoins legally able to be accepted in banking as settlement media, bank deposits, payments, if you get a OCC payment stablecoin license or even a state level license. And so Frax actually started building a new stablecoin called Frax USD and making this our flagship stablecoin. And so one of the things I want to talk to you guys about is the overall total addressable market and size of the legal tender type of stablecoins, the regulated stablecoins that the Genius Bill actually makes possible. So how should we flip the slide? Oh, okay. Well, the other thing is that Frax's decentralized dollar, like last cycle during the DeFi boom, actually was a 3 billion supply stablecoin. So we've actually built a large infrastructure, curve pools, cross-chain messaging, mint burns, and all of this stuff, and are a pretty deeply integrated protocol across multiple chains. And now we're replacing the decentralized Frax dollar with a fully regulated, Genius compliant, perhaps the first, depending on who gets the actual first Genius charter when the OCC and the state level pathways open up, the fully risk-free, regulated, entirely redeemable Frax USD. And so the important thing to think about is this new type of completely legal tender digital dollar will most likely be the underlying foundation that all stablecoins are built on. So you can have collateralized stablecoins, crypto collateralized stablecoins, decentralized ones, partially algorithmic ones, as long as they have this real legal redeemability that is actually guaranteed by the U.S. government, by the associated collateral with them. Should we nix this, or should we? Should we just, we can nix the. No. Try it now. It's just a keynote file, so maybe we could press space if it works. If it doesn't, it's all good. No, we can just. All right. Well, I'm not as good of a speaker as Charles, but we can just wing it then. So the really interesting thing is that now that the Genius Act has passed and we've been building Frax USD for the past few months in anticipation of this moment, we've actually been able to start integrating our Genius compliant stablecoin in payment systems, in institutions. We've been talking to a few banks to actually start accepting Frax USD as deposits on a capital side balance sheet. And all of this stuff was unthinkable before, right? Even honestly before November 6th, right? People thought that stable coins and other cryptocurrencies were essentially going to be outlawed in all but name, right, in the United States. And now the biggest 180, I think, in crypto policy has happened in just under 8 months. And so it's a huge, huge opportunity. And if the slides worked, I was going to show you guys the 20 trillion opportunity of how to take over the M1 supply of US dollars using legally regulated digital currency. So one thing that we're really interested in doing is making sure that Frax USD, this legal tender digital dollar, is available in as many chains as possible. We actually issue right now on 15 plus chains and have direct mint and burn, similar to CCTP that Circle does, if you're familiar with it, to all of these chains in seconds. So you can have a redeemable dollar immediately on all 15 chains that we currently issue on. One of the things we're looking to do very soon is to natively issue on Cardano, and the difference is that we have to connect the innovative UTXO system with the EVM system that we're currently easily able to do cross-chain messaging and mint and burns. But we would love to be the first digital legal tender, Genius compliant stablecoin issued on Cardano, and are actively working on it and looking into it. So that's one of the most exciting things for me, is to have a wide breadth of chains so that everyone can actually use this as legal tender payments in the actual chain and ecosystem that they participate in. So thank you all very much, and hope to get questions. Oh, well, if there's time, let's go through it super fast. Okay, perfect. Let's go up. Go up. Perfect. Okay, go. Up to the M1. Yeah, up one more. Perfect. Okay, so perfect. So this is the actual M1 money supply as reported by the Fed. And so for people not familiar, the Federal Reserve actually puts out actual total supply metrics of the US dollar, which is basically known as M1, which is all on-demand deposits at banks or at the Federal Reserve that is immediately usable as payments in the US economy. So if you actually look at the size of legal tender, so to speak, it is right around 20 trillion as sourced by the Federal Reserve. And so now, after the Genius Act, you can literally issue equivalent of M1 money supply from, yeah.
Something happened. That's why we like crypto.
Hey, it's just a bigger stablecoin TAM, right? So, and then if we go down to the second slide, so this is the Genius Act that a lot of people seem like they're very familiar with. And so the basic gist of it is, if you issue a stablecoin that is based in the US and the collateral is any of these that is held by a qualified custodian and is redeemable every day for its entire supply for $1 per coin, you can apply for a payment stablecoin Genius license from the OCC, and if you pass audits and regularly are audited by the federal government, you will be a legal digital dollar as defined by an act of Congress. So that is huge and historic. Actually, fun fact from it is we actually helped draft part of the draft back in March when I went to DC for a week to talk with Senator Loomis and Haggerty, who are the two authors of the bill. And so part of the actual definition and things were suggested directly by me. So fun fact there. Yeah. If you guys go down one more to the screenshot, perfect. So this actually, if you go to net.frax.com, which is an alpha release, it is really going to be this simple. And so imagine you have one side, all regulated type of crypto assets, right? USDC, USDT, perhaps, PYUSD, USDB, and real world securities that represent US government securities, money market funds registered by the SEC, and literally fiat collateral. And you can literally pick any chain that you want to mint Frax USD to. There's a long list, and hopefully Cardano will be there very soon. And you can also do the opposite, right? If you have legal digital dollars, you can redeem your Frax USD, select the chain, and whatever asset you want. If you want fiat, you don't have to obviously select the end chain. And this is actually already out in alpha release, full mint and burn on any chain, one-to-one, anywhere, fully backed and custodied by Genius compliant collateral. We use BlackRock, Fidelity, WisdomTree as our qualified custodians, and adding, hopefully soon, Cantor Fitzgerald as well, which is Tether's custodian, actually. One last thing I'll say about this is it really is that simple and will be. The difficult thing is actually building this underlying technology, because it is part of a relationship with banks, money market fund issuers, qualified custodians that custody securities and treasuries, and also full accounts at other stablecoin issuers such as Circle and Cantor for Tether and all these things. This is both technology and also a social relationship and financial webbings. And so while the UI looks very simple, and it'll be also available in a Frax app mobile version in the next 3 to 4 months, it is not actually that simple to build the underlying mint and burn directly connected to accounts at banks, financial institutions, and other stablecoin issuers that are regulated. If we can go down one more. And so that's the full stack. That is Frax USD. It can be used as legal payments, and there is also a rewards program so that if you hold it on any of the chains that we issue on, you can actually earn the underlying risk-free yield of the underlying qualified collateral, which is basically treasury bills or money market funds directly streamed to your actual account, your non-custodial account. It is similar if you've used Coinbase's USDC Earn on Coinbase, except instead of having to deposit it on a centralized exchange, you can custody it on any wallet that you want in Web3 that is on one of the chains that we natively issue on. And so if we go down one more. So yeah, this is just another section on the FraxNet platform that is basically the Frax app, and it'll be available on mobile. You can send payments, you can earn full rewards by connecting your non-custodial wallet, and register by connecting your bank to and from fiat anywhere, anytime. And there will soon actually be brokerage connections as well. So if you have money market funds and you prefer to hold them in a legally regulated digital dollar that earns the same exact underlying rewards while using it as payments, you'll be able to do that as well. It'll probably be on WisdomTree Connect brokerage in the next maybe 2 months, and then hopefully soon Fidelity and others that we're working on right now. And one more, and I'll leave you guys with this slide, because one of the things I actually always like to say is that Facebook, for a stablecoin, had the right idea with Libra, but it was much, much, much too early, because then they dragged Mark Zuckerberg out into the Senate floor, and then they, told him that if you do this, we're gonna destroy Facebook and everything, and then he scrapped it. And now, if you think about what we've just presented and how we've built Frax USD, this is essentially the same thing, right? We have relationships with BlackRock, Fidelity. We also work with Stripe, and so we actually do our payment orchestration with Stripe and Bridge. And so soon you'll be able to use Frax USD at Stripe processed merchants such as Shopify and those things that opt into accepting stablecoins. And so every single one of these are both our DeFi relationships, institutional relationships, and additional financial layer relationships, as well as other stablecoin issuers. So if you look at it, it looks pretty similar to how Libra was supposed to be set up, and now we're hopefully going to execute on it post-Genius. So thank you.
All right, we may or may not have slides. If not, that's fine. Actually, I guess I can kind of get started. So my name is Nick Schaub. Some of you might better know me as Elder Millennial. So I'm the founder of a project. Thank you. All right, I am the founder of a project called SteelSwap. So it's a DEX aggregator on Cardano. Thank you. Yeah. I don't just do that on Cardano. I actually participate in a lot of DAOs. I participate in a lot of DAOs, but for the last 4 years, which is roughly how long I've been on Cardano. Oh, there we go. That's me. All right. So what I was going to do is actually just give a brief introduction of kind of like who I am and where I come from, like my background. So by training, I'm a neural tissue engineer. So I actually got started in creating nerve regeneration. Even better. All right, cool. So I got started in creating nerve regeneration scaffolds for spinal cord injury pretty early on in my career. I actually made the migration over into AI. So this is like 2015, so very early days of AI. I actually hold a patent for the use of AI for stem cell therapies and tissue engineered products. Obviously, AI took off from there, so that's what I actually still do full-time to this day. So I actually work across the spectrum in AI, so everything from building like brand new foundational models to kind of doing one of the main things that I'm working on right now, which is called Ask Athena. So Ask Athena is a part of the National AI Research Resource Program. So it's a national program in the United States where what we do is we aggregate the entirety of all scientific and medical data, and then we try to expose that to AI so that researchers are able to have at their fingertips access to everything, like all the entirety of all scientific and medical information. So why does that matter? So for the last 4 years, I've been on Cardano as the elder millennial. For a variety of reasons, I didn't actually want to reveal my identity, so I actually doxed myself specifically for this proposal. That's how much I actually believe in this, and actually I really believe in the direction that Cardano is moving. So just to give you a little bit of idea of some of the things that I've done on Cardano. So one of the first things that I did was actually I was a pretty big participant in the MinSwap DAO. So I don't know if anybody remembers in Fund 10, MinSwap decided to open this up for voting. So I actually built while I was actually building out the prototype for this national resource program. I also built a tool for MinSwap because I was doing effectively the same thing to actually look through all of the Fund 10 catalyst proposals. So what we were able to do was we went through like what's that? Oh, sorry. What we were able to do was to go through 1,800 proposals in like a couple of weeks. So we trimmed it down to like, it was 30 different proposals. So using some of these AI programs. So the other thing that I've done is, I think 2 years ago, I put this in here because Fortuna was actually launched at Rare Evo. And I actually was a pretty big contributor to that, not on the smart contract side. But the cool thing for those that don't know about Fortuna is that it's basically running Bitcoin on Cardano, right? And what I did as a part of the contribution to that was I created a hashing algorithm that could actually solve for Bitcoin hashing. And then on top of that, I actually jumped into Nunet's decentralized computing. What we were able to do was not only could we actually decentralize the entirety of all of the Bitcoin hash validation system, but then with the things that I did, we could actually run the entire hash mining operation on Cardano. So that was kind of a fun and cool project. The other thing, just so that people don't think that I'm overly tied to MinSwap or any other project, I worked with a variety of projects, including SundaySwap. Using SteelSwap, what I was able to do was do some modeling to actually show that when you use SteelSwap and you make the assumption that everyone trades through an aggregator, what you can do is you can actually tune the fees on a DEX so that you can maximize the rewards. So I was talking to Pi about this idea, and he's like, hey, do you want to try it out on SundaySwap? And I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And what we were able to show is you could actually increase the amount of fees that liquidity providers were getting by 80%. Okay, cool. So that's just a little bit about me. So let's talk about the Cardano Sovereign Wealth Fund. So I've done a lot of analysis, like on-chain analysis of a lot of this stuff, and one of the things that I discovered is that, yeah, sure, we can run all these models, we can optimize things as much as we can, but fundamentally there is a problem on-chain with TVL. So that's actually, so this was back in January that we actually started, me and my co-author Marco on this, created this proposal. So I can do a lot of like technical development, I can do modeling and optimization. Marco is actually like the financial brains behind this stuff. So he actually he works in finance for his day job. So he and I were both just kind of thinking about this and thinking, okay, we know that Cardano needs liquidity. We also know that it's hard to attract, just in general. So we actually worked on a couple of projects where we were trying to say, okay, here's a new project launching on Cardano. How do we actually get people to invest in this? And it's a really hard problem just in general. So I mean, it's not just a problem for projects on Cardano, but it's a problem for Cardano in general to try and attract this liquidity. And then also as a result of this, slippage is high. So it's very difficult to do anything on Cardano. All right, so then the question was, again, beginning of the year, this was before anybody had submitted any kind of budget info actions. The question was, well, what if what we do is we actually try to use some of the treasury funds to actually seed liquidity into these protocols so that you can actually do things on Cardano just more broadly. So that's where we came up with the original idea. I think most of you are, well, some of you might be familiar with some of the issues we've had with this entire process. So there was we submitted an original budget that had like a hashing issue because of some of the tooling that we were using. So anyway, so the original proposal was called the DeFi liquidity budget, but I think Charles is much better at naming things, so we actually just adopted his name for this. So thank you for that, Charles. So what are we doing here? So the basic idea is to withdraw 50 million ADA from the treasury. And then what we want to do is we want to try and be as focused as possible on this. So the idea is to take these funds from the treasury and mint stable coins to try and seed this liquidity into the protocols so that people are able to actually do things on Cardano. So we want to be very kind of focused with this, just for a variety of reasons. I'll get to that in a second, where we can't do much more than 50 million ADA, but realistically, we actually need more than that. But for a variety of reasons, and also because this is a pilot program, right? Or at least that's the way that I kind of see it. It's a pilot program just to prove that it can work. So the idea is to use fiat-backed stablecoins in particular. So, thankfully the Frax guy came before me, so I don't think I need to make too much of an argument for that. Anyway, so the basic idea is that we take treasury funds, mint stable coins, seed it into protocols, but how do you actually manage it? So the original proposal we had, the idea was to use a multi-sig wallet, but we got a lot of feedback from the community that was like, well, this sounds like a trust me bro situation, right? Where it's like, okay, we have these 7 people that are managing this, but how do we actually know that they're actually going to do what we're asking them to do? And our solution to this was instead to actually create a smart contract that is able to recognize DREPs, so that if at any point in time the DREPs are not happy with what the committee is doing, they can actually just shut the fund down and send all of the funds back to the treasury. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. All right, so in terms of legal structure, so this has actually been one of the biggest hurdles for us, like trying to figure out how do we actually go about doing this. So there's kind of 2 different legal issues that we've been wrestling with. So one of them I think is less difficult, which is if we actually have these funds, right, how do we actually have legal representation in court in case anything goes wrong for one reason or another, right? So that's one issue. The second issue, though, on top of that, is that if we're actually going to give DREPs some kind of say in terms of, like, are we shutting this contract off? What that ends up doing is that also exposes them to some legal risks in terms of like a general partnership, or at least that's some of the advice that we've been given so far. So one of the things that's been taking so long is trying to figure out how do we actually go about handling the situation, right? Because this is a bit of a unique situation, and it's very unique to Cardano because the DREPs in particular are the ones that actually have some kind of an oversight function, and there really isn't a mechanism for that in the vast majority of chains that are out there. So we have to find a solution to this problem. Okay, so in terms of governance, so again, just to kind of go back to the beginning, like the point of this is to actually seed liquidity into protocols, right? So ideally, we're not spending these funds; they're just sitting in the funds. How do we manage them over the long term? And the way that we do that is we have built into the smart contract the concept of elections. So when we go to launch this, there's going to be an initial committee, but after a year, the DREPs are actually going to have to elect new committee members, and then periodically they will have to re-elect new committee members that are going to be managing the funds. All right, so deployment. So how do we actually make decisions in terms of how to deploy funds? So I have another slide on this. I'll talk about this a little bit, but just to kind of introduce this, the idea is to actually try to induce some kind of competition across these DeFi protocols to try and seek liquidity for two different reasons. So for one reason is we want to try and maximize the yield that we're actually sending back to the treasury. So I haven't talked about this yet, but the idea is to actually help to create this as a revenue source for the treasury. And the second reason is that we also want to make sure that these DeFi protocols are actually trying to stick to the DeFi, what we call the DeFi ethos, meaning, you know, how centralized are these different protocols, right? Are they using centralized batchers? Do they have open batchers? Are they open source, closed source, et cetera? All right, so this is actually a bit of a placeholder for the very end of the talk. One thing I do want to talk about a little bit is that if the point of this, again, not to spend the funds, but to actually invest in our protocols, the idea is that we want this to potentially live forever, right? So that we have a constant source of revenue for the treasury so that Cardano can actually last, you know, again, forever. So as I was mentioning before, this is really just a pilot program. That's really, it's going to be enough liquidity to have some kind of an impact. But ideally, we don't want to just put all of our eggs in one basket, right? We may want to, in the future, go ahead and diversify that. So that's not a part of this particular proposal, but I have just kind of a few thought-provoking questions at the end of this. Okay, cool. So amount. So why are we asking for 50 million and not something else? And that's largely because we really can't. So as of right now, with the 350 million NCL and also 276.5 million ADA that have already been approved for budgets, we really don't have much more room to play with that. Now, it's not like we engineered that. We actually originally proposed 50 million. We didn't know everything else that was going to happen with the budget, so it just happened to work out that, you know, we seem to be pretty spot on in terms of our initial estimates there. So. Okay, so in terms of what do we do once we actually get these funds from the treasury? So the idea is that we take these and we take a portion of them, so 65% or more, and we go and mint stable coins and then deposit them into DeFi protocols. So why 65% instead of like 50%? If we had 50%, the committee could just go and drop a big pile of liquidity and like MinSwap on its own, right? So you would pair ADA with stable coins, and then you would just put it on the DEX. And what this actually requires you to do is to actually think a little bit more critically about, you know, diversifying the way that we're actually putting these funds out into the ecosystem, right? So because it's 65% and not 50%, you know, you actually have to start thinking, okay, well, I actually need to go and put some of this into lending protocols. One of the things that I did want to discuss very briefly was this idea of price impact. So I know recently there's been a few discussions on price impact, and one of the things that I do want to say is that this was actually in our original proposal, because this is one of the very early pieces of feedback that we got on this. Like, if you're taking 50 million ADA and just dumping it on the market, what's it actually going to do to the price? So I actually just went and took a look at just Coinbase's volume. So just Coinbase alone, if we were to actually take ADA, and I'm not suggesting that we're going to do this, but if we were to just take ADA and we were to sell off 500,000 of it every single day for 100 days, so that's 50 million ADA total, that would make up 1.6% of the total daily volume. So what does that mean? That means that this is a relatively insignificant amount of ADA that we're actually going to be liquidating into stable coins that we can then, into dollars that we can then use to mint stable coins. And again, like, if we take into account all the other exchanges, that number just goes down further. All right, and of course it doesn't account for other mechanisms, as you know, Charles has mentioned in the past. You know, there's all kinds of other mechanisms that we can use outside of, you know, just directly dumping this onto some kind of a market. All right. Cool, 5 minutes. Government contract. Okay, cool. So just to dive into the weeds of this a little bit. So you can think of this as kind of a two-body system. So there is a 7-person committee, which is which performs executive functions. So this is one of the things that we've actually been talking about for our governance days. And the basic idea is that this committee is going to be able to make decisions in terms of who is getting paid, who is receiving DeFi liquidity, et cetera. In addition to that, they also have an impeachment or removal function. So the idea is that, you know, one of your committee members has their keys exposed in one way, shape, or form. The idea is that there should be an emergency action by the rest of the committee to be able to remove that particular person. Okay, cool. And then Treasury DAOs. So this is what makes up the oversight mechanism for DREPs. So who are the members of the TDAO? DREPs. Just if you're a DREP, you're instantly a member of the Treasury DAO. So it has a couple of different actions. So one of the actions that it has is to disable the contract. And when the contract becomes disabled, what that means is that the committee can no longer spend any of the funds except to send it back to the Treasury. So what this does is it says, okay, it's almost kind of like the no confidence vote that DREPs have for the Constitutional Committee. If they don't like what we're doing, they can just shut the whole thing down and we can just send it back to the Treasury. The other thing that they have in terms of powers is that they can they can both elect and remove members of the committee. So if at any point in time they decide that someone's a bad actor, you know, they can remove them. All right, cool. So most importantly, the idea with the smart contract is that we open source it so that the entire community can actually use this in the future for similar types of endeavors, right? So I don't know if this particular project is necessarily going to be successful or not, but one of the things that we can do with this is that we can actually create this as a community resource for people to use in the future. All right, governance protocol. So this is not something that's enforceable on chain, but it's the mandate the committee has to manage these funds. So the idea is that it is updated by an info action, which has been a little bit controversial, as I think people might have seen in just some of the role-playing things that were going on here. But the reasoning behind this is that you don't necessarily want to make it too easy to try and change what the mandate of the committee is. So what does this mean? So what this defines is what the fund should focus on. So in this particular, in the initial, once we launch, that focus is going to be on fiat-backed stablecoins. How do you operate it transparently? So this actually mandates that if there's any liquidity tokens, they have to be held in the smart contract. There has to be monthly reports in terms of like how much interest is being generated, who can be on the committee. So we say in the proposal that only one person from each organization. So we can't just have like a panel of Emergo or a panel of IO be a member of this. And then when members should be impeached. So just as an example, if somebody's spending keys are exposed. So this also defines how liquidity decisions are made in terms of like how do we choose MinSwap versus Sunday versus whoever else. So it's actually a combination of factors. So we call one set of factors is called DeFi ethos, which is like how decentralized is the protocol? Does it have open source contracts, et cetera? But then ultimately, one of the focuses is on yield because again, we do want to make sure that this is kind of a sustainable source of revenue for the ecosystem. So the other thing it defines as term limits. So written into the contract, each set of spending keys will have a start and end date, which will define the term of a particular member of the committee. And one of the things that we're not writing into the contract is how long can those terms be? So what we're saying in the info action is that you should use 3 years. Also, the committee stipends. So the committee stipends are $1,000 per month. Sorry, I'm kind of watching the time here. I'm running out of time a little bit. So in terms of timeline, what does this look like? So we're about ready to start. We've been talking to lawyers and we're about ready to ask for proposals for how do we actually go about creating the legal structure to do something like this. And one of the benefits, again, to the community is that as kind of like the first people to go about doing this, we can actually show other people, hey, like not only is this possible, but this is one of the ways that you can go about doing it. So by the end of the month, we're going to submit the info action. Once the info action passes, we'll start requesting funds to actually build the smart contract. And the idea is that the smart contract will be made open source along with a user interface for both the committee and the DREPs to be able to interact with it. And then the first withdrawal will be to build the smart contract. So we're going to be using the Amaru smart contract to do that. So we're only going to withdraw a small amount just to get this kind of up and running. And then the second withdrawal is for the remainder of the funds so that we can actually start minting stablecoins and deploying it out into the ecosystem. All right, almost done, I promise. So who's on this initial committee? So myself, and then there's a variety of other members who have pretty deep ties to the ecosystem. So the idea is that we want to try and get as broad of a skill set as possible. So Professor Massimo Marini, so he's a professor that teaches on blockchain and DeFi. He's also the former chief economist of the Algorand Foundation. So Linda Rolland, she is a stake pool operator and a DeFi consultant. Darlington from Lido Nation. I don't know that I need to introduce him too much because, yeah, I think he's done a lot of stuff in the ecosystem. Giorgio Zanetti, the Chief Technology Officer from the Cardano Foundation. Darren Kamas, so he's the CEO of iPor Labs. So they do yield generation on EVM, but one of the interesting things about him is he was one of the original advisors to Emergo when Cardano was launched. So he has pretty deep ties to the ecosystem. He's not affiliated with them right now, and he hasn't been for a while, but he's always had a very vested interest in the success of Cardano. And then Murasaki, so the general manager of ecosystem at Emergo. And then, of course, these people are not on the committee, but they've been very instrumental in trying to shape and form, like trying to make sure that we're doing this in a good and well thought out way. So obviously my partner Marco, and then IO just broadly. So IO's been extremely instrumental in really allowing us to drive the bus here, but making sure that we're actually asking the right questions and really tracking things down. All right, so KPIs. KPIs are to reduce slippage by 50% on ADA stablecoin pairs. That's something that we can actually manage. And then the other thing is to at least generate a 3% yield on this. So that's a little bit conservative. I think those numbers can probably be better, but again, we're getting a lot of stuff out the door and set up for this. So final things, public goods are the legal structure and the open source contracts. All right, last thing. So looking to the future just a little bit, and I'm going to be, I'm taking up a little bit of your time, so apologies. So what do we want to do with this? So, assuming that this is successful, how do we actually want to try and carry this forward, right? So if this is something that we can actually help to make Cardano more sustainable, do we want to kind of continue doing the same thing that we're doing in this pilot program? I mean, obviously, in a year's time, we'll have a better idea of how this is running. But one way of doing that is to just double down on what we're already doing, right? So just submit like a second treasury withdrawal. This is not a part of the info action budget right now, but in the future, that could be one of the options. We could do other things like trying to diversify into something that might have higher yields, like real world assets. Or one of the other things that we could do is we could try to help incentivize new Bitcoin liquidity on Cardano by attracting Bitcoin liquidity. So the real target of that would really be to pull in additional TVL. All right, cool. So I apologize, I did go over. I know I do talk a lot. So anyway, if anybody's interested in talking more with me about this, here's my Twitter handle and Discord. I think most people know I'm happy to talk with just about anybody. So, all right, thanks guys.
All right. Okay, everybody. Oh, we got some acts to follow here today. So, is everybody having a great Thursday? Okay. Oh, come on. We got a big couple of days ahead of us, 2 huge days coming up. So, I realize this is near the end of the day on a Thursday here at a driving range. We'll make this quick because there's also, I think, going to be a little bit of Q&A, but we can get right into it. So for those of you guys who don't know me, I don't even know if these slides are going to work, but we'll just kick off regardless. So my name is Sheldon Hunt. I've had the great privilege of working in the ecosystem for several years now, working over at IOG, Emergo, Intersect. I've made it around. I haven't worked for the CF, and I probably never will. No offense to those guys, but it just won't happen because today my major focus is on Sundial. And for those of you who are not entirely dialed up on what that means, Sundial is, together with the gentleman over at Anastasia Labs, we're building basically the first layer 2 on Cardano, but the unique component about all of this is that we're plugging into other UTXO chains, and the big one obviously being Bitcoin. But you guys didn't come here to talk about Sundial. You came here to learn about how are we going to continue to do what Charles was talking about, which is being additive to the Cardano ecosystem. So I've got 3 topics I wanted to go over really quickly today, and it's all about additive components. So some of you who've been around for a little while, you might notice that actually Cardano today is probably more diverse, chaotic, and moving faster than it ever has before, which is a wonderful thing. But we cannot allow it to slow down. There are a few things that we can do to do a little bit of growth hacking, and so that's what I'm going to get into today. So for stablecoins, as you guys were already hearing with Frax, a big part of where we go from here for stablecoins is making sure that we allow on Cardano the ability to have assets that are frozen, that are locked, that are clawed back. This is not going to be something that is going to be enforced natively across the chain, but we believe it is something that is going to be very, very impactful for the future of the entire Cardano ecosystem. Today, because I work with institutions on a very regular basis, institutions are nervous about not having the ability to freeze, clawback, or blacklist addresses. Sure, we believe that we maybe missed the boat with Tether and Circle, and I think perhaps after having heard Frax and now looking at all the wonderful work with USDM, USDA, we are actually at the very beginning of the stablecoin revolution, and we need to be ready for it. And the best way that we at Cardano can be ready for it is to be able to have programmable assets ready to go. So a lot of work has been put into SIP 113. I would encourage all of you guys to stay up on that. And we need to push to make sure that this is going to be ready as soon as possible, because it not only is applicable to our friends at Frax, but it also allows USDM and USDA to do so much more and to be able to plug into some of the largest institutions in the world. Or not. Or you can choose not to, because that's also another very important point. We want to be able to give people the choice here on Cardano to remain self-custodial and to be censorable, you could say. But it's all about choice. All about choice. So the next part I wanted to get into is actually all around Bitcoin. So Charles had talked about it. We hear how Cardano and Bitcoin are coming together. We need to focus in on Bitcoin DeFi, but how are we going to get this going? We are not the only ones trying to do this. There are a lot of other people trying to play around in the Bitcoin DeFi space. We've got some great advantages, as Charles was mentioning, around the UTXO. I see it all the time in what we're developing. But a big feature we now need to get very focused on is we need to get the snowball rolling. Money makes money, and nothing is more convincing to Bitcoin maxis as also going into a meeting and saying you are also a Bitcoin maxi. You've got Bitcoin on the balance sheet. You're with them along the journey. And so what we're proposing here, and what we've been working on for the last little while, is the Bitcoin Beacon Initiative. It's coming together. It's a DAO of several Cardano projects where we would like to add, ideally, 30 million ADA worth of Bitcoin into the Cardano treasury that could be put to work in the ecosystem. But barring that, because perhaps that is a little bit too much of an ask in this particular financial calendar year, even if we were able to just get, say, $5 million to be able to put to work on Cardano, it's a symbolic win. It's a very symbolic indication that we are committed to the future of Bitcoin and we can do these things together. And so, want this to be something top of mind as we go forward. We're still in the early stages of this design work. It's got to sync up with all of the other financial requests that's currently going in Cardano, because we're nearing the end of what could be put into that 350 million request for the year. And then the last part I wanted to talk about, because it also again relates to institutions, and it's around custody. There are a number of custodians that currently today do not support Cardano, and this is something we need to rectify, in my opinion, as soon as possible. One of the top custodians that we are talking with is Anchorage Digital. They right now take up around 80% of all ETFs related to digital assets. They are the go-to partner for custody for all of the various treasury plays, all of the Bitcoin treasury plays, altcoin treasury plays. It's all custodied there at Anchorage. Cardano currently is not supported. We could get that support done in 6 months, but we've got to do it now. And why is this important? It's going to be huge for Midnight. It's huge for Cardano. It's huge for Bitcoin on Cardano. And by doing this, we are allowing Cardano to be more welcoming as an ecosystem. To come back to what Charles was talking about, we need to be more additive. We can't be just recycling the same amount of liquidity across projects on a regular basis. We need to go out there, meet people where they're at, show that we've got some value here in the ecosystem, open the door, and make sure that everything is ready to go for them to have the most enjoyable experience. They can come and put their liquidity to work. And by doing these three things, we think we can move the needle in a massive way. We can't do it tomorrow, but we need to start today and look towards next year being the massive Cardano year, because we can do it, and it's going to be, I think, glorious. So with that, I want to thank you guys. I'm really going to be quite quick on all of this. Don't need to take any more of your time, but be very keen to get into any questions you guys might have if you do. But yeah, come and find some of the guys here in the room who want to kind of further expand upon what we should do with the budget, because now you actually all in your hands control the future destiny of Cardano. So no pressure, but we got this. And let's build Cardano together, guys. All right, well, I think we were going to try to do some Q&A, but that might not actually be in the agenda anymore. So with that, I would dare say we could probably look to wrap this up, and you guys can get some drinks and crack some balls. Enjoy the heat. Have a wonderful start to Rare, and look to see you out on the floor tomorrow.
Did we lose Charles?
Sorry?
Did we lose Charles?
I think we're thinking about, yes.
Oh, no, okay, we'll take this. Thank you.
Oh, bring a little bit of energy so people are coming down here.
Are we down? Thank you for attending today. We appreciate all of your help and all of your attention. This was an incredible day and an incredible governance event. It doesn't happen unless the Cardano community comes together. And we are here together, and we have done an entire day of panels and discussions and presentations on the future of Cardano's governance. So thank you to all of you who attended today, and thank you for all who tuned in on the live stream, and we'll see you next time.